Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, ladies and gentlemen. First off, thank you, President Adesina, for hosting this virtual launch of GCA Africa, the regional office and work program of the Global Center on Adaptation in Abidjan. It's an honor to have you host this and also partner with us with the GCA Africa. Since I was last in Abidjan at the beginning of the year, COVID-19 has inflicted terrible human and economic suffering on every continent. By now, we know that for Africa, the pandemic's impact will be particularly severe. I know that several of you will speak to this particular point. Well, this pandemic is far from over. It has already brought certain truths to light. 1, viruses do not respect borders. 2, without solidarity, we will not defeat this pandemic. 3, scientific knowledge and advice matter. And 4thly, delay is deadly. The same lessons hold true for our climate emergency. And this brings me on to why we're here today. Whether you are dealing with a deadly virus or extreme weather, prevention is always better than cure. It makes economic sense to build greater resilience against climate change now. It is also a moral imperative. Africa, as we know, did least to cause the climate crisis, yet it is already feeling the impacts. If we fail to include fairness and equity in how we adapt to our warming planet, we risk pushing millions more people into poverty. And we know how that story ends. More conflict, migration, and instability. We have a choice, as we say at the GCA. We can delay and pay or plan and prosper. When it comes to adaptation, our best teachers are those who are living on the front lines of climate change. And nowhere is this more true than in Africa. That is where I believe the Global Center on Adaptation has a key role to play. We are a new international organization which acts as a solutions broker to accelerate, innovate, and scale adaptation action for a climate resilient world. We're strongly committed to working in collaboration with our partners in every sector. Immediately following this leaders event, inaugurating GCA Africa, we're holding a partnership forum with partners from across the continent to kickstart precisely this. Last year, we opened our first regional office in Beijing with Premier Li Keqiang. And just last week, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon opened together with the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, our South Asia regional office. Together, a global network of offices and partners will work to share solutions and adaptation knowledge. These solutions are out there. We know what to do. I, as a moderator, am very grateful that for so many distinguished and esteemed leaders are joining us here today, recognizing that effective climate change adaptation done well are some of the most cost-effective and proactive investments a country can make. With our strategic alliance with the African Development Bank under the helm of President Adesina, and our partnership with the African Adaptation Initiative chaired by President Bongo, GCA Africa will work with you and for you to make this happen. So again, thank you, President Adesina, for your leadership on this agenda and your generosity in hosting us in Abidjan for the benefit of the region and the world at large. Before I turn to you, Mr. President, we now have a short video prepared by our host underlining this need for adaptation action. Please join me briefly watching this video.
Climate change is devastating Africa. Ask anyone in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, or Malawi who endured Cyclone Idai, one of the strongest tropical storms to hit the southern hemisphere. Or speak to a farmer in Kenya, where widespread rainfall has triggered an unprecedented locust invasion. Rural residents in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa tell stories of unforgiving drought and chronic food insecurity.
kono de projet paha bo are amen de ko nden jangini amen min battiyade formation ngaji final hankadi ari hankadi min certe cadele ko mawdum hankadi min gandi aduna o hankadi no min liggodirta so min liggima kadi hono min moftirta ngal yon amen.
Adapting to climate change is a global challenge that requires bold action.
We are doubling our financing for climate to $25 billion by 2025. And that is to support African countries. 49% of that will be for climate adaptation.
Climate change adaptation can bring triple returns if well implemented. It creates beneficial gains for communities, minimizes economic losses, and adds to social and environmental benefits. And while Africa remains the hardest hit by the impacts of climate change, it is among the regions least funded in this regard.
We all appreciate the challenges that African countries face in trying to allocate scarce resources to competing national priorities for their growing economies and populations.
Africa's financial resources have been stretched even further due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, it's more important than ever to join forces to create climate-adapted solutions. The Global Center on Adaptation is responding to this call by setting up an office and work program in Africa. GCA Africa, hosted at the African Development Bank headquarters in Abidjan, will accelerate knowledge and build capacity. Furthermore, it will drive advocacy around adaptation.
Through our role as solutions broker, GCA Africa will work with partners across all sectors to accelerate and scale adaptation action across the continent.
Most importantly, GCA Africa will work with partners on programs and action to enhance rural well-being and food security, to expand water access to boost urban growth and resilience, to find natural solutions to build more resilient infrastructure, to leverage adaptation finance, and to build youth leadership. In line with global adaptation efforts, the African Development Bank has supported climate information services and early warning systems to produce quality climate data. The bank has committed about $60 million in the past decade towards strengthening climate data centers. The bank built new facilities with modern equipment for the Intergovernmental Authority on Development Climate Prediction and Application Center in Kenya. The equipment has provided tracking and monitoring of the recent invasion of desert locusts and continues to provide target interventions. The bank has also developed tools such as the Adaptation Benefits Mechanism, ABM, an innovative platform for mobilizing new and additional public and private sector finance for climate change adaptation action. For this farmer, the bank's investments have already had an impact.
yaa hojiin kiyyasi bishaan waraabsisuudha akkanatu faayidaa qaba kun baay'ee bu'aa qaba kun baay'ee gaariidha maaliif wette sunna daajiin hin bitta kun sooraalin tafatro minci waan ta'eef in argannaa dharraa
chaman doona kun wala mali banti bande mela am de mafetu yo mais senena bisaka war soro ga dimba yakam so kanyana bonaye.
The GCA will work closely with the bank and its partners to deliver accelerated action to communities under climate stress. Families all across Africa will benefit from the bank's partnership with the Global Center on Adaptation, ensuring greater investment for a cleaner, greener future for all Africans.
That was excellent. I'm now honored to introduce a man who doesn't need an introduction, President Adesina, a tremendous leader, also a distinguished GCA board member, and recently re-elected for a second term as President of the African Development Bank. President Adesina, we're fully behind you. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, my dear brother Patrick. It's good to be here with you all. Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Chairperson of the African Union, and coordinator of the Conference of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change. Your Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of the Republic of Gabon and President of the African Adaptation Initiative. Your Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. Your Excellency, my dear big sister, Sahle-Work Zewde, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of the United Nations and Chairman of the Board of the Global Council on Adaptation, GCA, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency, my dear sister Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, my dear sister Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Faye Kane, she's very much co-chair of the board of the Global Center for Adaptation, Professor Patrick Vakujan, CEO of GCA, honorable ministers and dignitaries, executive directors of the African Development Bank Group, members of the senior management and staff of the African Development Bank Group, senior management and staff of the Global Center for Adaptation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you all to this special event on the launch of the Global Center for Adaptation, Africa. It is an important day for Africa, a major milestone in our drive to build climate resilience for Africa. The African Development Bank is excited to host the Global Center for Adaptation, Africa. I must admit that this is also a special day for me, as this is the very first official bank event since I was re-elected president on August 27th by 100% of the votes of the bank's regional and non-regional shareholders. I would like to take the opportunity to most sincerely thank the chairperson of the African Union, President Ramaphosa, and all the heads of state and governments, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, and the ministers of the bank shareholder countries for all of your unanimous support and all of my friends that are actually here with us. One of my key priorities over the next 5 years is for the bank to drive investments in green growth and climate finance for Africa. As a bank, we are committed to helping Africa to build back from the COVID-19 crisis better, stronger, and with greater health and climate resilience. We are already making excellent progress. The bank's financing for climate increased by 4 times, from 9% of our total portfolio in 2016 to 36% by 2019. And by the end of 2021, we will reach our target of 40% of total portfolio being in climate finance. In addition, the bank has committed to provide $25 billion in climate financing by 2025. Your Excellencies, Africa's major challenge is how to best adapt to climate change. That is why the bank has expanded the percentage of its finance devoted to adaptation from 26% in 2016 to 55% in 2019. I would like to especially thank Minister Maria Flashback of Germany, Minister Olstein of Norway, and Minister Eriksen of Sweden for your strong support by 2019 to me and for the efforts of the bank to address climate change in Africa. Thank you for supporting the establishment of the Global Center for Adaptation, Africa. Today, climate change is wreaking havoc on economies, lives, and livelihoods all across Africa. Last year, Tropical Cyclone Idai and Kenneth swept under the economies of Mozambique, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. 800 people died, with $2 billion in losses. And just 4 years ago, El Nino devastated East and Southern Africa with severe droughts. It's estimated that from this year, Africa will lose $7 to $15 billion per year due to climate change. The COVID-19 pandemic has complicated financing for climate adaptation. As such, the bank has committed $10 billion to support Africa to cope with this pandemic. And just last week, our board of directors, who are here with us today, approved $27 million for the Africa Center for Disease Control. We will continue our efforts to support Africa to build climate resilience. Last year alone, the bank's initiative called Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, we like to call it TAT, supported Southern Africa with drought-tolerant maize varieties, which were planted by farmers on 600,000 hectares. The TAT initiative also supported farmers in East Africa with heat-tolerant wheat varieties, which were planted on 20,000 hectares in the Awash Valley of Ethiopia and on 94,000 hectares in El Ghaziria irrigation project in Sudan, boosting food security. We are implementing the Africa's disaster risk insurance financing mechanism to insure countries against losses from extreme climate events. The bank is fully committed to promoting renewable energy. We financed the Lake Turkana project in Kenya, Africa's largest wind power station, solar project in South Africa, and the world's largest concentrated power plant in Morocco. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, unless Africa accesses and obtains substantial funding for renewable energy, deforestation for fuel will severely and irreversibly destroy the environment. The Great Green Wall of the Sahel, which my dear sister, Deputy UN Secretary General Amina is leading, risks becoming a fuel wood wall for charcoal if we do not actually do something about this. That's why the bank has launched the Desert to Power initiative to develop the world's largest solar power zone in the Sahel. This will provide power for 250 million people. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us join hands together to build a more climate resilient Africa. Let us together mobilize $7 to $15 billion a year that Africa urgently needs to combat climate adaptation. Africa has been shortchanged by climate change. Now Africa should not be shortchanged by global climate finance. I am sure that working together with the Global Center on Adaptation, we will be able to mobilize and bridge the financing gap for Africa's climate adaptation. Now that's a promise made, and that should be a promise kept. Thank you very much, and welcome to you all again. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you so much, President Adesina, for your strong leadership. And also, again, congratulations for your second term in office. We're very humbled to work with you, sir. Now it is my distinct honor to invite Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, co-chair of the GCA, to provide his address. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, the floor is yours, sir.
Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of Africa, represented today by His Excellency President Ali Bongo of Gabon in his capacity as Chairman of the African Adaptation Initiative, and also President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, in his capacity as coordinator of the Conference of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, and also President Saleh Work Jode of Ethiopia, President Uhuru Kenyatta of Ghana, and African Union Commission Chair Musa Faki Mahamat, represented by Joseph Sako. And I'd like to also particularly recognize the participation of my dear colleague Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, and also Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva of the IMF, and my dear colleagues Faiki Sivesma, co-chair, and Patrick Verkoyen, CEO, and the honorable ministers representing the governments of Sweden, Norway, and France. And of course, I'd like to begin my brief statement by congratulating most sincerely our host, President Adesina of African Development Bank, for your leadership, as well as a second term unanimous re-election to the presidency of this AFDB. And I count on your continuing leadership. Excellencies and dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the launch of the Global Center on Adaptation Africa office today could not be more timely. The impact of Hurricane Idai and Kenneth are still fresh in our minds as Africa continues to grapple with low-cost invasions in the east and the devastating flood and droughts in the Sahel and Horn of Africa. For even during a pandemic, the vulnerable in the vulnerable in Africa continue to face the same challenges they have always done. They are living on the front lines of our climate emergency. That they are shouldering the heaviest cost of climate change when they have done the least to cause it is a stain on our collective morals. We owe it to those who are already suffering from the impacts of global warming today to start to show progress on climate action. Inaction is no longer an option. It is becoming increasingly clear that in many parts of the world, particularly in Africa, our environment has already changed, and we need to change it with it. We need to learn to work together and to become more resilient, and we must adapt as soon as possible. Our young people have never known a world without global warming. Our legacy to them cannot be a universe unlivable planet. To carry on as before would be a colossal and costly mistake. For if we continue with the unfettered destruction of our natural environment, COVID-19 will not be the last pandemic to upend our lives. As I talk to you today, I can sense a new momentum in our battle against climate change. I believe we are seeing a shift in focus and a rebalancing of priorities. COVID-19 provides us an opportunity to build back better, and build back we must. In this sense, climate change is as much an opportunity as it is a threat. It's our chance to usher in a new age of green economies and truly sustainable development. I'm pleased to see that the African Development Bank doubled its total share of climate finance in the past 5 years, and it is poised to double the current amount to $25 billion in the next 5 years. Yet this is not enough. We need to do more before we pass the point of no return. Climate change doesn't respect borders. It is an international problem that can only be solved with the cooperation, collaboration, solidarity across borders and worldwide. In Africa, you have already recognized that you have to adapt to build resilience. You have also had the foresight to know that you cannot do it alone. Take the case of Ghana, one of the GCA Africa's initial partner countries. Working with international and local experts, we are developing the first national level assessment of the resilience of Ghana's infrastructure systems to climate change. By exploring the benefits of nature-based solutions as part of the investment in gray and green infrastructure, Ghana will showcase how we can work together to reduce cost and enhance ecosystems. This is a real progress and something the world can learn from. But despite the efforts of countries like Ghana, there are still major barriers hindering attempts to adapt on a much bigger scale. Worldwide, climate risk information isn't always easily available. Planning tends to focus on short-term solutions. Resources are limited. Finance is in always a short supply. And yet, without action, climate change could push more than 100 million people below the poverty line by 2030 within developing countries. The solution is to work together. Collective efforts are critical now. Shared learning is ever more important. Succeeding generations depends on us. We cannot rob our children of their future. In their eyes, the fact that their elders have done so little to combat climate change amounts to the biggest abdication of responsibility of our times. We must involve young people in the critical decisions that will determine their own future. They, far more than most adults, have registered the stark warnings of raging storms, drought, extreme heat, and poverty for hundreds of millions of people. Africa is a young continent. 60% of its people are under 25 years of age. We must invest in them and unlock Africa's huge potential. This is why the GCA has placed building youth leadership as one of our key areas of focus. Last week, as was explained by Patrick, I spoke at the launch of GCA's office in South Asia on the invitation of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina of Bangladesh. What strikes me now, as I talk to you today, is how the most vulnerable countries in the world are also world leaders in adaptation. The valuable lessons you have learned can help the rest of the world adapt to our new climate reality. African leadership on adaptation is critical. Let me just explain one example, is that about Bangladesh. In 1970, it was 50 years ago, the cyclone Bola just killed 500,000 people in just 2-3 days. After incremental investment in efficient and good adaptive actions, investment, now this year, the cyclone Amphan, with the same strength and force of cyclone, killed 118 people. What a huge difference in 5 decades. Of course, it took 50 years, but most recently, when I began my job as a Secretary General, I visited Bangladesh many times and urged them to invest wisely on strengthening the embankment, etc., and shelters. Now, even 1 or 2 deaths may be very much regrettable and said, but what's the huge difference from 500,000 to just over 100? This is what we are going to ask African leaders to do with the help of international community. But ladies and gentlemen, truth is right now that many attempts to alleviate the effects of climate change around the world can be reactive, piecemeal, and short-sighted and short-term gains. Unless we do something to join up the dots, the human cost will be staggering. Through GCA's role as a solution broker, we hope to bring together government, societies, scientists, and the private sector, including working with the esteemed and distinguished friends and colleagues who I am grateful are joining us today. Working in partnership through collaboration, we can find ways to help and support those areas most afflicted by climate change so that they can adapt, survive, and thrive. We must accept that we are all interconnected, that this is a global challenge. And to meet the challenges, we need resources, we need collaboration, we need scalable solutions. Climate change is a problem for all of us, but that also means we can all act. This story can be one of opportunity, creating more jobs, economic growth, and greater prosperity. But by working together, I believe real progress can be made. Because we are the last generation that can change the course of climate change. At the same time, we are the first generation that will have to live with these consequences. And that is what we must learn to do. Learn to work together to find solutions so we can all thrive in our changing world. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for your leadership, and let's work together to make this world much better for all and for our succeeding generation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, for your extraordinary leadership on this agenda. I recall a meeting you had last year, a year ago, exactly today, with President Adesina, in which you both committed to establish GCA Africa. And here we are, 1 year later. I would now like to invite a man who wears many hats in the highest levels of business and politics. And thankfully, also is our co-chair of the GCA, Mr. Feike Sibisma. Feike, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you very much, Secretary General Ban, Your Excellencies, and especially also President Adesina of the African Development Bank. I think we all know that Africa is hit hard by climate, by the hurricanes, by locusts, and now by Corona. And my biggest concern is that the whole Corona and climate further triggers inequality in countries and between countries. And it is our responsibility and humanitarian responsibility even that governments and business help on this. The United Nations World Food Programme predicts that the hunger in Africa will double in the course of the coming 12 months. And of course, we need to address this affected by Corona, affected by climate change. And that brings us that in addressing climate change, maybe one of the most important tasks we have is to address the fragile agricultural and food systems. If we have good functioning agricultural and food systems, that is the basis for health, for food, for nutrition, but also for economic growth and security. And as we said many times, and Kristalina joined many of those discussions, that on Corona, we do not need the great restart, but we need a great reset and building back better. And I think GCA, in terms of climate, can really help on this. In my view, what do we need to do with our food and agricultural systems is to take care that we have good local sourcing, local agricultural system, that we process all those local crops locally for the local population, 3 times locally in Africa. And this is possible. One of the lighthouse projects of GCA Africa is what some of you know already, is Africa Improved Foods. Started 5 years ago already in Rwanda with the support of President Kagame. Now sourcing, starting with 9,000 farmers, now sourcing from 70,000 farmers and rapidly increasing. Processing the food locally in Kigali with hundreds of jobs and supporting over 1.5 million people who were stunted before with nutritious food and contributing over 800 million to the GDP of Rwanda. At this moment, we are expanding this in Ethiopia with the support of President Sahle-Work Zewde, who I met last December in Ethiopia on this. But we're expanding in parallel also now in Kenya, and with the support of Uhuru Kenyatta, President of Kenya. And our ambition is to expand this across the whole continent, because with resilient, well-functioning agriculture, food systems, we can address the climate, the Corona, the locust, create health, nutrition, prosperity, and economic growth for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Feike Sibisma, also for your bold leadership as the co-chair of the board of the GCA. We now each have the partnership agreement which cements the strong relationship between the GCA Africa and the African Development Bank. So I would like to briefly invite President Adesina, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, Feike to join me in signing this document as we speak. if I may ask President Adesina and Feike and Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to raise your documents so we all can see that this is signed.
Yes, we're signing it.
Good. We have a very high level witnesses, so that's good. Since we now have formalized our collaboration, let us have a quick look at the office in a short video. Excellent. Yes, exactly. President Adesina has a very long name, so his signature is long. If we can raise it again for the photo opportunity, Feike and Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. Thank you very much indeed. President Adesina, can you please quickly, given all the speakers with us, officially open GCA Africa, sir?
Well, thank you very much. I think you've seen all the video. I think we've had a lot of the speeches. It is my great pleasure on behalf of the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, on behalf of the Board of Directors of the African Development Bank, on my own behalf and on behalf of the staff of the Global Center for Adaptation, and of course the staff of the African Development Bank, to declare open the Global Center on Adaptation Africa. So we're now open for business. Welcome, everybody.
Good. We better get to work then. But before we do so, I would like to introduce our next leader. GCA Africa is possible because of the work of many visionary leaders, including you, President Adesina, but not least, Kristalina Georgieva. As co-chair of the Global Commission and as board member of the GCA, she has provided a consistent and compelling voice on the need for adaptation action in a role previously at the World Bank and now as managing director of the IMF. Kristalina, thank you for your leadership. We at the GCA, we all stand on your shoulders. Kristalina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I am greatly honored to join such an impressive group of African leaders, presidents, ministers. My sister Amina Mohammed belongs to the whole world, but she of course also belongs to Africa. I'm delighted to be speaking after Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and my good friend Feike and you, Patrick, but especially that I can use this opportunity to congratulate President Adesina for taking on his second term. Cannot think of a better way to start it. Focusing on one of Africa's key priorities, highest risks, but also opportunities for growth, for employment, for improving the lives of people. I am also very clear that for us at the IMF, this is a topic of great significance, because unless we work everywhere, but especially in the most vulnerable parts of the world, to address climate change, to reduce the risks for our climate and to adapt to its consequences. We cannot possibly achieve stability, growth, employment, improvements in living standards, which is the mandate of the IMF. And it is with this deep conviction, staff of the IMF has been working hard to integrate in the way we think about growth, employment, reduction of poverty, the notion of resilience. Just yesterday, together with my colleague, the director for the Africa department, Abebe Aemro Selassie, we published a blog charting a path for a resilient recovery in sub-Saharan Africa. And it is about integrating in the recovery from COVID that focus on resilience. This is the topic of our discussion today. So what is it that we see as paramount? In our April 2020 Regional Economic Outlook for Sub-Saharan Africa, we recommended 3 areas of focus: enhancing key infrastructure for resilience, investing in people, and strengthening coping mechanisms. So let me elaborate a bit on those priorities. If we are to zero on infrastructure, irrigation, flood management systems, storm shelters, climate smart agriculture, we would go a long way to underpin the recovery and growth, but also to make this growth more resilient. I want to remind us there are so many examples of how African leaders have embraced that, but let me give you one. 2019, Mozambique is hit by Cyclone Ida, devastating cyclone. And it hit the city, the coastal city of Beira particularly hard. Yet, because of the extensive drainage systems and well-constructed buildings and roads, the most severe flooding was avoided and the port was back functioning just days later. We are to look into everything we do with that lens that the center is going to help us all use effectively. Second, investing in people. What COVID has shown is that when health systems are strong, when education is strong, when we have access to digital, when we have housing and sanitation, when people are supported, they can withstand that crisis. Here I am, we at the IMF are an example. We switched on the dime to work from home because we can. We ought to recognize that the most important ingredient to resilience, including to climate shocks, is investing in people. And I certainly hope, President Adesina, that something that we talked about when I was still with the World Bank, digital transformation for Africa, will be part not only of economic investment, but this investment in people, in the people of Africa. And 3, strengthening coping mechanism, social safety nets. They create buffers in shocks. Above all, we have learned that we can combine safety nets with safety ropes, help people climb out because they have access to financing and because the economy is more agile as a result. Now, we would not go very far if we don't come all together. And that means the international community to do its part. For financial institutions, that means also to make sure that financing is available and it targets building resilience as priority. I'm proud of my institution in these times of COVID crisis. We have rapidly lifted up support everywhere, but especially for countries that are hard hit. In Africa, we have already delivered $10 billion of financial support. This is 10 times more than we would do on an average year. And we also provided 200 million in grants as debt relief. So countries don't have to choose between serving their obligations to the fund and serving their own people. We are in a crisis. We are faced with the risk of losing the gains of development from the last decades. Cannot happen. And it would only be, our action would be only successful if we integrate thinking of this crisis that is going nowhere unless we act, the climate crisis. I tell everybody, you don't like pandemic, you are not gonna like the crisis, the climate crisis one iota. But we can act early, act decisively, so we are a resilient society. The great Nelson Mandela said, "Do not judge me by my successes, judge me by how many times I fell down and got back up again." We are in a more shock-prone world. We ought to make sure that if we fall on a support system, and that we can get up and move forward quickly again. Thank you again. Congratulations to all, and all the very best to this new institution for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristalina Georgieva. You indicated you're very proud of the IMF. Let me add, we're extremely proud of you for your bold leadership. I understand you have other commitments, but thank you for joining us so early from Washington, DC. Let us turn to our next distinguished speaker. Representing the chairperson of the African Union Commission, I'm pleased now to invite Her Excellency Josefa Sacco, the African Union Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture, to speak and asking, how can GCA Africa support the AUC's comprehensive strategy against climate change? Madam Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, every one of you. Your Excellencies, the head of states and government participating in this event, Your Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon and Chair of the African Adaptation Initiative, Your Excellency Akinyumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, my dear brother, Your Excellency Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, my dear sister, Your Excellency Mr. Ban Ki-moon, Chair of the Global Center on Adaptation and former Secretary General of the United States, honorable dignitaries, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. Felicitation from His Excellency Musa Faki Mohamed, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, who I am representing today at this high-level launch of the GCA Africa. He will have loved to join us today, but for some pressing engagements. We take this opportunity to congratulate our dear brother, Dr. Adesina, on your re-election as president of the bank, and the African Union reviews its pledge to continue to work with you to take Africa to lofty heights during your second mandate. Congratulations, dear brother. As you are aware, Excellencies, adaptation has been and it remains a key priority for Africa in our effort to respond to the impact of climate change. In this regard, the Committee of African Head of State and Government on Climate Change, known as CAOS, was instrumental in the creation of the Africa Adaptation Initiative as one of the flagship programs launched at the UNFCCC COP21 in Paris. The Commission is very pleased to witness the launch of the Global Center for Adaptation today and its ambition to respond to the demand for adaptation and accelerate its implementation in Africa. We congratulate the African Development Bank for hosting GCA Africa. The African Union has a number of initiatives to support ongoing efforts on adaptation in Africa, including building the resilience of communities in dry lands of Africa through the Great Green Wall for the Sahara and Sahel initiative, which is now being extended to the Southern Africa region because of the droughts, and enhance efforts to build the capacity of countries in assessing and mobilizing climate finance. I will not go into details because of time constraints. Suffice to mention that these efforts are geared towards contributing in the implementation of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change and related national determined contribution known as the NDCs. As we prepare for COP26, we are also working on an initiative to assist African states to build back better and greener as part of COVID-19 recovery plan in collaboration with the UK government, the host of COP26. Your Excellencies, as I conclude, I wish to reiterate the Commission's commitment to support adaptation initiatives in Africa and look forward to collaborating with the African Development Bank, the Global Center for Adaptation, and relevant partners in the implementation of programs and initiatives of mutual interest. I thank you for your kind attention. Merci beaucoup. Shukran. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Excellency, for your strong words. Please allow me now to humbly turn to our next distinguished leader. Her Excellency Saleh Workzede also has a tremendous track record for climate action for the most vulnerable, including through the Climate Vulnerable Forum and the V20. Thank you for joining us today, Your Excellency. How can GCA Africa support Ethiopia in your leadership?
Thank you very much. Excellencies, heads of states, my former boss, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, my junior brother, Akin Adesina, President of ADB, the many friends present, my junior sister, Amina Mohammed, and others, Kristalina, Josefa. Thank you very much for the many inspiring speeches that we have heard. Let me start by congratulating my junior brother, Akin, for his historic re-election as president of the African Development Bank. My dear brother, you can continue counting on our support. That Africa is bearing the brunt of climate change while contributing the least to it. Our vulnerability is exacerbated by limited adaptive capacity and widespread poverty. There is no stark reminder of the need for us to take urgent action than the devastating impact of climate change that we are witnessing now. In our region, and indeed in many other parts of the continent, we are facing heavy rainfalls and flash floods this year, but longer and extreme drought in other years. Climate-induced disaster is upending the lives and livelihoods of millions of our people. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic is further compounding already existing vulnerabilities. In the post-COVID period, our objective should not only be to recover and build better, but to do so in a climate-conscious way. We have no other option but to mobilize ourselves more than ever before to save humanity and the planet. Therefore, over the next decade, we need to redouble our efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change and strive to meet our targets under the Paris Climate Agreement. Time is not on our side. As far as Ethiopia is concerned, we have started responding to the call for climate action through the Green Legacy Initiative. We're consciously working for a greener and cleaner Ethiopia. Over the past 2 years, we've planted billions of tree seedlings with the active participation of Ethiopians from all walks of life across the country to mitigate and adapt to climate change, combat environmental degradation, preserve biodiversity, and support agriculture. This is part of our efforts to build a green and climate resilient economy. Our aspiration is to join the ranks of middle-income countries over the coming few years, while also mitigating and adapting to a changing climate. These efforts will not only help us meet our development aspirations, but also fulfill many of our regional and international commitments. There is no doubt that we need all the support and partnership we can get from our international development partners in this regard. If international efforts keep global warming below 2 degrees Celsius, it's estimated that Africa could face climate change adaptation costs of $50 billion per year by 2050. That is why the launching of the African Regional Office and the work program of the Global Center on Adaptation is very much welcome. And I would like to congratulate you for that. We believe this will be instrumental in mobilizing the necessary financial resources, both from public and private sources, to support efforts, climate mitigation and adaptation in our continent. We are confident that the partnership between the African Regional Office of the Global Center on Adaptation and the African Development Bank will help us achieve this objective. Therefore, we look forward to cooperating with the Regional Office and ADB as we continue to accelerate our efforts to protect the livelihoods of our people and meet our development aspirations. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President, Excellency, also for reminding us that we need to both mitigate and adapt to a changing climate, and that we need to prioritize those interventions who addresses both agenda items at the same time. Let us turn to our next speaker. I'm pleased to invite Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, who has been a leader on the continent and now at the global stage, to share with her vision on how GCA Africa can support this agenda. You have the floor, madam. Madam Deputy Secretary General.
Yes, just unmuting. Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, and especially to my president, Sally Walk, also to Commissioner Sacco and Kristalina, who has had to leave, and of course our former boss, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. I'm really pleased to join this impressive gathering of visionary leadership for the launch of the Global Center on Adaptations Africa's Center for Adaptations Africa office, which is of course to be hosted by the African Development Bank. It was great to see a virtual go around of that office. I join everyone in congratulating my brother, President Akin Adesina, for his deserved unanimous re-election as president for a second term. You can count on our support. The Secretary General and I welcome this important step, which is to help foster and support initiatives that will increase the adaptive capacity and the resilience of African communities and countries in the face of the climate crisis. The Secretary General's climate change strategy is focused on increased ambition and adaptation, mitigation and finance, and this new regional African office will address two of these priorities directly. As the world continues to deal with the impacts of our changing climate, we need to ensure that communities are prepared to deal with the direct and associated challenges of food insecurity, the water scarcity, migration, sea level rise, and the loss of lives and livelihoods. Since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, we've witnessed an increase in adaptation action, including an increase in financial support for assessing climate risks. But sadly, the reality is that adaptation and resilience still lag behind mitigation efforts in terms of attention, ambition, and support. And this center can and must help to address this gap. Excellencies, as the COVID-19 pandemic has so painfully illustrated, both crises do not recognize borders, and we urgently need to be prepared for the worst. As pointed out in the recent policy brief prepared by the Global Center for Adaptation and the Africa Adaptation Initiative, the COVID-19 crisis has collided with the continent's climate crisis, where changes in precipitation levels, an increase in temperature extremes, and rising sea levels are already having a wide range of direct and indirect impact on the poorest and most vulnerable. But there are also reasons for hope. As the policy brief points out, there's a possible triple dividend to be reaped if governments, stakeholders, and communities make the right policy and investment choices and share capacity and knowledge widely. These three dividends are reduced pandemic risk, increased climate resilience, and strengthened and sustainable economic recovery. We can and must recover better by building a world that is carbon neutral, it's green, it's just and resilient, with African youth, especially our women, at the helm of affairs, not just at the table, leading institutions and initiatives. The future is theirs to shape and to own. Excellencies, I'm particularly pleased to see that the African Adaptation Initiative, one of the key projects that was showcased at the Secretary General's 2019 Climate Action Summit, is playing an active role in today's launch. This initiative can and should be seen as setting out a menu of options for the engagement of all stakeholders. The COVID-19 pandemic, while devastating, also presents an opportunity to change course and address long-standing fragilities and injustices. So we must seize this moment and ensure a sustainable, much more inclusive economic recovery that has the welfare, the security, and the future prosperity of African people, especially our women, at its heart. It is now time for action. It's time to protect our development gains and to ensure a sustainable world for today's and future generations. I reiterate the UN's commitment to work with the Center, with our member states and partners to achieve our common goals. Let us use the current twin crisis to come out on the right side of history for our people and for our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General, for your very strong and optimistic words, highlighting the opportunities of the triple dividend around climate adaptation, which is precisely at the center of our work program indeed. Please also extend our deep gratitude for Secretary General Guterres for his bold leadership on this agenda. Let me turn to the next distinguished leader on this agenda. Firmly also in the world of action is His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta. Kenya suffered a locust invasion, and we saw how your government actively reacted to contain this crisis. How can GCA Africa support your leadership? The floor is yours, sir, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much. Your Excellency, Heads of State and Government, Dr. Akuimi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, Your Excellency Ban Ki-moon, our former UN Secretary General, Amina, nice to see you, all ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say how pleased I am to join you all today for the launch of an institution that has the potential to redefine Africa's response to climate change. But before I begin, let me join my colleagues in congratulating you, Dr. Adesina, for your reappointment to serve a second term as the President of the African Development Bank. Indeed, your first term was notable for strong alignment between the bank's agenda and the development priorities of your member countries. We in Kenya, for instance, have partnered with you in the development of critical projects, such as the Nairobi-Moyale Road, that has truly been transformative and helped us become more inclusive as a country. I want to assure you of our full support as you build on the excellent foundation that you started off on your first term. Congratulations, dear brother. Well done. Turning to the issue of climate change, it is notable that this challenge is no longer a projected crisis. It is indeed a reality that we need to control urgently and boldly. Some parts of the Eastern African region are experiencing El Nino-triggered floods and droughts simultaneously. Exasperated by climate change, the desert locust invasion, as was just mentioned, into Kenya and other parts of Eastern African countries has devastated livelihoods of farmers and continues to pose an unprecedented threat to food security. Challenges posed by these climate-related events have also been confounded by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Though not directly linked to climate change, global resources that are now allocated to fighting COVID-19 and to mitigate its negative impacts on the global economy have no doubt reduced what is available to address climate change. It is imperative, therefore, that as we combat this pandemic, we also integrate climate adaptation measures into COVID-19 recovery packages. Through the Kenya National Adaptation Plan 2015, we are strengthening Kenya's path towards sustainable climate resilience development. Kenya has indeed fully mainstreamed climate change adaptation into its national development strategy and aligned it with the Climate Change Act. Effective implementation is, however, hampered by financial resources and technical capacity constraints. So, ladies and gentlemen, I commend the partnership between the African Development Bank and the African Adaptation Initiative and the Global Center on Adaptation. And I am optimistic that through this partnership, Kenya and other African countries will attract more financing and other resources that we need to implement our various national adaptation plans. Additionally, several adaptation measures that have been piloted in Africa should also be scaled up by the center we're launching today. These include, for example, the Kenya Livestock Insurance Program, the first government livestock insurance scheme in Africa, which protects pastoralists against drought, and the Mangrove Protection and Restoration Project, as is being piloted in Nganzi here in Kenya. I call on all our development partners to join these efforts to improve Africa's adaptation capacity. And today I also pledge my commitment to work with all partners to scale up adaptation projects, not only in Kenya, but across our continent, and to ensure that they receive the highest level of implementation support. I want to conclude my short statement by once again thanking the African Development Bank for the support provided in building and equipping the fully renewable energy-powered main office of the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, as was shown in a video earlier. The center has been crucial in providing high-quality climate data for the entire IGAD region and for tracking and monitoring the desert locust as part of our regional and national targeted intervention. So my motto, therefore, is that there is no challenge too great when we all come together and work together. I want to thank you all for your attention, and once again, congratulations to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Kenyatta, for your very strong words and your focus on implementation, scaling up existing initiatives while also working with all partners, and that's precisely what we intend to do. The GCA is proud to support the African Adaptation Initiative mentioned by many, led by His Excellency President Bongo of Gabon. Unable to join us today, I'm grateful for the Honorable Environment Minister, Dr. Lee White, to read a statement on his behalf. Mr. Minister.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand in today for His Excellency President Ali Bongo Ondimba, Chairman of the African Adaptation Initiative. President Bongo Ondimba is sorry not to be able to be with us today. but asked me to express his full support for this initiative to create a GCA office in Africa, the continent that is likely to be most severely impacted by climate change. The fact that you have chosen to embed the GCA Africa office in our African Development Bank is both highly symbolic and a strong message from the outside world that climate adaptation is a priority for the African continent and for the international community. I would like to congratulate Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and President Adesina for their leadership on this matter. Adaptation to the extreme weather events and disrupted patterns of rainfall that are already impacting our continent and our world is quite literally a matter of life and death for many Africans. The reality is that Africa has no choice but to adapt to climate change. In 2015, at COP21, African heads of state, including President Bongo Ndimba, launched the Africa Adaptation Initiative. The goal was to improve the provision of climate information, to support better decision-making, to strengthen policies and institutions, and to enhance on-the-ground action and to mobilize climate investment. Using their own resources, African countries are already allocating between 2 to 3% of national GDP to adaptation. However, the funding gap is significant. We need a minimum of 7 to 15 billion US dollars per year in 2020, and this will increase to at least 35 billion by 2050. Under President Ali Bongo's guidance, the AAI has taken the lead to accelerate action on climate change adaptation in Africa by working with partners to achieve the continent's goals for sustainable development by 2030 and the African Union's Agenda 2063. Climate and development goals are intrinsically linked, and we will not resolve either of these great challenges in isolation. In the context of next year's Climate Adaptation Summit, hosted by the Netherlands, Africa is preparing a set of transformative programs for a decade of adaptation action to further drive this vision of accelerated action towards continent-wide climate resilience. We expect to see the AAI and the GCA Africa office working together to this end. And I can assure you that President Bongo Ndimba will always be there to support your work on an issue that he considers to be both critical for the continent and the world at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and please also extend our greetings and gratitude to your President. You mentioned the Climate Adaptation Summit next January in the Netherlands, hosted by Prime Minister Rutte, which is obviously will provide a strong platform also for the African continent to showcase its leadership. The GCA is proud to be working with the AAI. We're also proud to be working with all government partners across the continent. One of them where we started already is Ghana. The president of Ghana is not available during this particular segment today, but he shared his video. Can we look at that, please?
Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, former UN Secretary General, Your Excellency Ban Ki-moon, CEO for the Global Center for Adaptation, President of the African Development Bank, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I extend warm congratulations from the government and people of Ghana to the Global Center for Adaptation, GCA, on the launch of its Africa office. I thank the organizers of this event for the opportunity to deliver these brief remarks at this important occasion. Climate change is perhaps the biggest threat to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals and has become an issue of grave concern to leaders across the world, as it has considerable impact on the fundamentals required for our survival on Earth. Rise in sea levels, severe and extreme weather conditions, droughts, floods, and erratic rainfall patterns, and growing desertification. We in Ghana and indeed in Africa, suffer the most because our economies are susceptible to the effects of climate change, and our capacity to withstand its shocks are low. Indeed, there's already evidence of the impact of climate change on our national economy, with clear signs that the coastal zone, agriculture, and water resources are all being affected, as are the health and livelihoods of our people, especially women. Over the last 10 years, Ghana has been putting in place policy measures to mitigate the effects of climate change, as well as adaptation. Adaptation to the impact of our changing climate is essential if Ghana is to continue to grow and prosper, especially as we start the careful and difficult work of building better infrastructure following the COVID-19 pandemic. There are bright spots across the continent of effective adaptation, including here in Ghana, but we need to scale up and speed up the implementation of these projects. Indeed, a virtual meeting was held in Accra on 22nd July 2020 to kick off the, quote, Enhancing the Resilience of Ghana's National Infrastructure Systems, unquote, project. The project has been developed by GCA and the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, MESTI, and will be implemented in close partnership with the Environmental Change Institute of the University of Oxford, United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, and United Nations Office for Project Services, UNOPS. It is being implemented over a 12-month period, starting from July 2020. The project would undertake an analytic study to support Ghana in identifying its infrastructure adaptation needs and provide a roadmap on how those needs can be met. It aims to enhance the long-term resilience of Ghana's infrastructure against the threats of climate change, with a particular focus on the transport, water, and energy sectors. I believe that climate-resilient infrastructure has the potential to improve the reliability of service provision, increase asset life, and protect asset returns. Ghana welcomes the opening of the GCA Africa office and the official start of its broader work program across the continent. We look forward to working with GCA and its partners to meet the challenge of climate change and ensuring resilience is built into Africa's economic recovery plans. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the excellent video and message of President Nana Akufo-Addo, focusing on scale and speed. Let's focus on the speed side, turning to a very important partner of GCA. I would like to introduce Minister Olstein, Minister of Development Cooperation of Norway, and hear his views. Minister, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Again, Presidents, Secretary General, Ministers, Excellencies. Today, the leaders of Africa are showing leadership where many others have failed to lead. You are addressing a problem caused by others. You have understood that climate change is not only a ghost of the future, but also a plague of the present. Climate change changes the world already. Just ask millions of small-scale farmers who are having their harvest destroyed by floods, droughts, and wildfires and are forced to flee their homes, as many of you already have mentioned. Nowhere are the challenges of achieving sustainable development in the face of changing climate more acute than in Africa. There is no way we can eradicate extreme poverty by 2030 without fighting climate change, and this includes fighting the impacts of climate change. As we were entering the decisive decade in our quest to eradicate extreme poverty, the coronavirus hit us. Now we risk losing 10 years of progress in the fight against poverty, and millions may be pushed into hunger. More than others, African countries are facing the twin crisis, COVID-19 and climate change. Together with South Africa, Norway is co-chairing the Facilitation Council for ACT Accelerator, the mechanism set up to promote equitable access to COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccines. We must do what we can to help saving lives and give immediate priority to matter of health. But we cannot afford to give up on our 2030 ambitions. Building climate resilience at scale must be a part of this. Norway has made climate adaptation, preparedness, and fighting hunger one of our key priorities in the race towards 2030. Today's launch of the Global Center on Adaptation's Africa office is very important. It will be a key tool for all of us in addressing challenges we all face. The center has a lot to build on: talent, experience, local, regional, as well as global, leadership, local, regional, as well as Secretary General Ban Ki-moon himself. The center will contribute to a more resilient future for the people of Africa as the continent continues to modernize and develop according to national and regional priorities. Climate adaptation is strongly connected to food security. We need both in order to eradicate hunger. We must make food systems more resilient, making the most vulnerable better place to cope with the next drought, flood, or plague. And we need to invest in agricultural research in order to improve yields and develop drought-resistant crops. We cannot change the weather overnight, but we can change a lot for the better with better sharing of weather data and early warning systems. And we must improve transport, cold chains, and local food processing capacity, and promote sustainable farming methods. In order to do all this, we must make the best out of the GCA's Africa office. It will support African governments, city mayors, business leaders, investors, communities, and civil society in accelerating and scaling effective adaptation solutions. More climate action is precisely what the world needs as it seeks to rebound from the pandemic. By working together, we can help those who suffer from the hunger because of the virus and those who suffer before the pandemic. I have always believed it is possible to make food insecurity a thing of the past, and today's opening strengthens that belief. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, Minister Ulstein, for your strong support and leadership on this agenda. It is critical to the success of GCA Africa, and will also be instrumental in delivering on the demand for adaptation we have heard today. Also, thank you very much for joining the GCA board alongside other board members. Let's turn to your neighbor, your Nordic neighbor, Sweden. I would like to give the floor to the Honorable Minister Eriksson. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege for me, a dear privilege, to participate in the launch of the GCA Africa Center today. The devastating effects of climate change know no borders, and developing countries are often particularly at risk. Adaptation to climate change in Africa is therefore rightly among the top priorities for Swedish development cooperation. The socio-economic effects of the COVID-19 virus have shaken our societies. At the same time, as a side effect, it has awakened parts of the world to reflect upon what is fundamentally important to human life and human security. Climate change and the increasingly rapid and worrying loss of the planet's many species now greatly affect human security on the planet. Indeed, true adaptation incorporates and harnesses the unlimited potential and values of biological diversity, as well as sustainable agriculture, secure and renewable energy. While it's clearly critical to bring down our global CO2 emissions to zero as soon as possible, we also have to build resilience to climate change in the best way possible. I should say that adaptation and mitigation goes hand in hand, and it's just as important, the other one, as the first one. The time is though late. We have come very late to do the work, but it's better now than never and better than tomorrow. We have to do it right now as soon as possible because time is running out. The world is indeed in need of a new economic model that takes nature and its ecosystems into account as the precious resources they are, and that we are completely dependent on for our survival. Building back better and greener is thus the flip side to the coin of a sustainable climate policy as we tackle the socioeconomic consequences of COVID-19. We also need to make sure that we build a society that our children can grow and prosper in. As a board member in the GCA, I have written an article together with the president of the board, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, emphasizing that what we need is an integrated approach to adaptation. The implementation of the Paris Agreement and the Agenda 2030 should lead our way, and by promoting equality of both women and men, we are also promoting economic prosperity and long-term sustainability. The purpose of GCA is to find the best experiences of adaptation and help to scale up these by acting as a solution broker and center of excellence in the adaptation field in Africa. This means that the center should be a knowledge hub supporting countries in the region as they formulate and implement their NDCs. Sweden will support the GCA Africa program with 25 million Swedish crowns this year, with an intention to provide a similar support in the years 21 and 22. Within the GCA Africa program, Sweden puts a particular emphasis on food security and rural development, being the foundation of economic and food security for so many people in Africa. To be successful in our quest for a sustainable society for all, we need to be innovative, work hard together, and we need to act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Eriksson, for your strong support and leadership. Thank you also for highlighting this importance of an integrated approach, as also articulated in your opinion piece earlier today. Thank you for your multi-year commitment to the GCA. As you said, Mr. Minister, time is running out, so let me quickly go to the next speaker. Not only the CEO of the AFD, but also the chairperson of the International Development Finance Club. Remy Rieu is helping insert adaptation in the heart of adaptation finance as such, being mobilized to recover from the consequences of COVID-19. Remy, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Patrick. Excellencies, heads of state and government, heads of international organization. My friend Akin, congratulations to you, all colleagues. I'll be very short, just to share with you how extremely honored I am to participate in this launch of GCA Africa. First, as a board member of GCA, and I fondly remember that the first board meeting of GCA with you took place at AFD headquarters last March. We agreed on the strategic orientations of this initiative, the 5 bold ideas, and it was only days before COVID-19 crisis spread globally, and we had to lock down. And so we know today that GCA proves to be even more relevant, I would say, even more critical now that we have to build back better, a strong recovery with enhanced resilience to the multidimensional shocks we are facing. Second, I'm extremely proud to be here as the CEO of AFD, providing about 6 billion euro a year climate finance, 2 for adaptation, half of it invested in Africa. And I strongly believe that we need a very, very strong African voice within GCA and in the climate talks. Because first, Africa has proven incredibly resilient, and Africa is the continent of innovation and entrepreneurship, and a source of inspiration for all of us. Development goes both ways, and it's a dialogue, I would say, between development experiences and what is happening in Africa is extremely important. And of course, we have to put Africa at the forefront because the challenges are enormous as demand for food, goods, and services will rise, while resources will become scarce, and the impact of climate change will accelerate. Last, I'm extremely proud and honored to be here as, you're right, Patrick, as the chair of the IDFC, the group of the 26 national and regional development banks, and as the organizer, the host of the Financing Commons Summit, which will take place on November the 12th, gathering all the public development banks in the world, with the African Development Bank, of course, being a main partner of it, leading the African group of PDBs, about 100. If we join forces between public development banks, international organizations, civil society, all of us, we can make a difference. So please prepare for the summit. There will be a side event, high-level event on adaptation and resilience with COP26 and other colleagues and GCA, of course, coming. We will discuss the Great Green Wall, and we will prepare, you mentioned it, Patrick, the future climate adaptation summit in the Netherlands beginning of 2021, certainly with Africa at the heart of our discussion. So thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Remy Rioux, for your very strong commitment on this agenda in your multiple roles which you fulfill. Thank you also for referencing Africa as a source of inspiration, because it's there where innovation indeed is happening. You as a chair, Remy, of the Financing Commons Summit, please count on us to make sure that adaptation and resilience building will be at the heart of that agenda and that it will deliver for Africa. Let us turn to the next speaker. Unfortunately committed to parliamentary duties, I would like now to introduce the remarks of Parliamentary State Secretary, Dr. Maria Flachsbart of Germany, in the following video message.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has illustrated how important it is to prepare for and manage risk worldwide. Climate change is one of the defining risks and threats of our time. Studies suggest that per capita growth in African countries has already been reduced by existing climate variability by 10 to 15%. This variability will increase with rising temperatures, which will affect economic development and increase inequality. It goes without saying that the global mitigation action remains the most effective and efficient adaptation strategy. At the same time, climate change is already a reality worldwide. Poor and vulnerable communities are most affected. So, adaptation and strengthening resilience is a must. This is why Germany is one of the conveners of the Global Commission on Adaptation. Climate change is also high on the agenda of Germany's current EU Council presidency. In 2018, Germany provided 1.29 billion euros in climate finance for adaptation from budget funds alone. Together with our partners from the V20 group of countries, we have started the Into Resilience Global Partnership, which wants to cover 500 million poor and vulnerable people through climate risk finance and insurance by 2025. One example of this mechanism is the African Risk Capacity. Its payouts have already helped more than 3.2 million poor and vulnerable people to sustain their livelihoods during severe droughts. In order to sustain this success and buffer the impacts of COVID-19, Germany has assumed premium payments of 19 million euros this year for the African risk capacity to protect up to 20 million poor and vulnerable people. In German development cooperation, we are particularly committed to strong cooperation with our African partners to increase the resilience of African countries and their societies, farmers, and infrastructure against the negative impacts of climate change. With the Africa Adaptation Initiative, AAI, African leaders have shown their readiness to put resilience to climate risk high on their national agendas. We would like to strengthen our support for the AAI. I therefore welcome the establishment of the Africa Office of the Global Center on Adaptation, which will support the AAI. I'm pleased to announce that Germany will be supporting the African Adaptation Initiative with the first contribution of up to 2.5 million euros. The launch of the GCA's African office is an important milestone for strengthening our cooperation toward resilient African societies which are ready to deal with climate change and thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Parliamentary State Secretary Dr. Maria Vlachsbart, for your strong message and also your support to the AAI through GCA Africa. Our final speaker today during this high-level launch event also recognizes the critical value of adaptation in achieving development goals. On behalf of Bill Gates, I would like to welcome Roger Voorhees to share how GCA Africa can work with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in your transformative work, especially on food security. Roger, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Patrick. And thank you, President Adesina, and congratulations on your second term. We look forward to our continued partnership with you and the African Development Bank. Your Excellencies, Secretary General, Presidents, Prime Ministers, Ministers, Commissioners, I'm delighted and honored to be able to join you today as a member of the GCA Board and the Global Commission on Adaptation and bring you greetings from Mr. and Mrs. Gates today. A global crisis has shocked the world. It's causing a tragic number of deaths, leading to economic hardship not seen in many generations. Its effects are rippling across the world for many of our friends in Africa and is compounded by the devastating impact of the locust outbreak. While I'm speaking about COVID-19, in just a few decades, and for many of our friends in Africa now, the same description fits another global crisis, climate change. As awful as the pandemic is, climate change could be worse. While I realize it's hard to think about the problem like climate change right now, when disaster strikes, it's our inclination to often think about the immediate problem. But the only way to avoid the most damaging impact of climate change is to accelerate our efforts now. And that's why I'm so pleased to be here for the launch of the Global Center on Adaptation in Africa. At the foundation, our agricultural development program focuses on supporting smallholder farmers on the continent who are feeling the effects of climate change right now as increased droughts, floods, warming temperatures impact their productivity and livelihoods. The current and projected impacts of climate change on the African continent are well known. The GCA Africa will help address this imbalance by building capacity and elevating African leadership on adaptation, innovation, and resilience through critical analytical support for decision makers and help to turn the political priority into actually funded initiatives. It is clear we must accelerate action against the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and the Malabo Declaration. I look forward, and the whole foundation looks forward, to working with GCA Africa and to help respond to the urgent needs that are facing the agricultural sector in Africa to ensure we build back better and ensure resilient futures for many of our friends across the continent. A key component of this must be greater investment in and coordination with innovation, research and development, in order to enhance the national ambitions and accelerate national action, delivery of new seed varieties, and further resilience of communities across the continent. And as pointed out in the Global Commission on Adaptation's report last year, we must also focus on infrastructure, natural systems, and water. I would encourage and urge the GCA Africa to help connect donor governments to these aggregated needs through Climate Adaptation Summit and through COP26. I'm encouraged by the leadership I've seen today, the leadership across the continent, and we are honored for the opportunity to work together to build resilience for those suffering the impact of global warming who did the least to contribute to it. Thank you, Patrick, and it's an honor to be here today with you.
Thank you, Roger, for your very strong message and commitment to this agenda and to the GCA in Africa. Also, thank you for joining the GCA board recently indeed. Please extend our gratitude to Bill Gates for his strong support and leadership on this critical agenda for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, this brings us to the end of the GCA Africa Leaders Launch event. Thank you all for the esteemed guests who joined us here today, who joined us online. We have heard about the strong demand and support for accelerating adaptation action across Africa. This is why GCA Africa has been established today. Thank you, President Adesina. To support those already doing the essential work and together at scale and speed, we will now turn into an inaugural partnership forum where we will hear from our partners what their ideas are on how we could collaborate and strengthen our work together. I have the pleasure now to give the floor back to the Director for Climate Change and Green Growth, Tony Nyong. Tony, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Patrick. And thanks to our leaders who've heard so much, and we've seen the commitments. And we've seen the commitment from the leaders. I think my video is off. For housekeeping, we would request a 5-minute break to enable sorry. We would request a 5-minute break for colleagues to stretch their feet, have a little break, rest. In exactly 5 minutes, that's at 1:50, we would resume with the partnership forum. So thank you so very much, and thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you for coming. 5 minutes break, and we'll be back. Thank you. Please, this is to inform the VIPs, excellencies, that they may wish to take their leave if they wouldn't stay. The next session is a partnership forum where we'll be dealing with very technical issues. But if you're so keen to hear what the technicians are doing and saying, please, you may feel free to stay on. Other than that, thank you so very much for a very lively session. We will resume in 2 minutes, but it's going to be a partnership and a technical session. Thank you. Should mute. Good afternoon, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure to welcome you back to commence the session on the Partnership Forum. First, a few housekeeping issues. We have English-French interpretation available. Please, when you check the bottom right of your screen, you will find the button, the logo for interpretation. Please click on it and pick whichever language you want. We have French, English interpretation. Then also, please, you have opportunities to ask questions through the question and answer. We have a button there for Q&A, question and answer. Please feel free to ask your questions, and if possible, direct it to a specific speaker. Where we cannot address all your questions today, we will endeavor to reach out to you one-on-one to see that we have addressed the concerns or find out how we can take on board your comments or your suggestions, because I don't think everything will be questions. And then we also have the chat. Please feel free to post what you want to, either to the group. It enriches the conversation. We want to have a very, very interactive and strong conversation going forward. So thank you very much with that out of the way. But let me state that we had a very lively conversation with our leaders, the heads of states, which was quite good. And we had clear unanimity on the need to accelerate climate actions in Africa. That was not in doubt. We also saw very strong support from development partners that this will not be another talk shop, but actually doing. This will not be another talk shop, but actually doing and delivering adaptation actions. Now we turn to the partners. What can we do together? How can your institution, how can your country collaborate with the Global Center on Adaptation to accelerate adaptation? So without wasting much time, I have the privilege and the pleasure of inviting Dr. Kevin Kariuki, the Vice President of Power, Energy, Climate Change and Green Growth at the African Development Bank, to please give his welcome remarks. Mr. Vice President, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Tony. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the President Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, I have the pleasure and honor to welcome you to this inaugural Partnership Forum of the Global Center on Adaptation in Africa. As many of us would have just witnessed a short while ago, the African Development Bank has signed agreements with the Global Center for Adaptation that will enable us to host the Global Center for Adaptation's regional office in Africa, as well as, and more significantly, partner with the center in matters of adaptation as we seek solutions to accelerate, innovate, and scale adaptation action for a climate-resilient Africa. In this regard, and as we seek such solutions, is it not ironic that although Africa is a very minor contributor to global warming, it bears about the highest impact of climate change? In this context, and with the impacts being manifestly evident, one would have expected that, considering the huge disruptions to economic life and the large-scale suffering on account of climate change, that the global community would pay greater attention to adaptation than it currently does. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Globally, only about 10% of global climate finance is dedicated to adaptation, with a balance of 90% committed to climate change mitigation. This simply means that Africa is being shortchanged from a climate finance perspective, as the continent must compete for this very small resource envelope. It is for this reason that the African Development Bank already apportions over 50% of its climate finance to adaptation, thereby supporting Africa's fight against climate change This is, however, not enough. With the increasing frequency and magnitude of climate disasters, investments and developments in our regional member countries are being severely constrained by climate-induced public expenditure reprioritization, as a result of which African countries reallocate their scarce resources to address climate-related disasters. To drive this point home, consider the following. In 2015-2016 drought that hit Southern Africa, Mozambique had to reallocate $13 million for drought response, but still had to have a financing gap of $191 million to mitigate the impact. Lesotho, on its part, spent $12 million from its development budget and consequently projected a 1% reduction in GDP, while South Africa reallocated nearly $700 million to drought relief programs. In the meantime, we presently live at a very challenging time. COVID-19 is inflicting terrible human and economic suffering on every continent, but we are determined that it should not reverse the decades of progress that we have seen in Africa. The lessons that we have learned in adaptations are invaluable in a post-COVID recovery period and should enable us to build back better. We must therefore explore all options and solutions for financing climate change adaptation. In this regard, ladies and gentlemen, reports show that investing in adaptation is smart economics. For instance, the Global Commission on Adaptation indicates that investing in adaptation yields benefit to cost ratios that range from 2:1 to 10:1, and that adaptation, if properly implemented, will create more jobs per dollar spent than traditional investments, with superior local benefits. In this case, is it not the paradoxical question then is, why are substantive investments not flowing into adaptation financing, especially in Africa, considering the huge benefits that would accrue therefrom? One typical reason that we often hear is the inability to quantify adaptation. In response, at the bank, we have developed innovative tools such as the adaptation benefits mechanism to address the challenge of quantifying adaptation. However, a lot more still needs to be done. It is for this reason that the African Development Bank accepted to partner with the Global Center on Adaptation. The partnership will, through a joint work program, seek answers to this question and draw on the synergies of the partnership to innovate, scale up, and accelerate adaptation actions on the continent, thereby unlocking Africa's potential in adaptation investments. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I call on more global partners and partnerships to heed the noble call for increased focus on adaptation. This is because every effort counts, and therefore we all have a part to play to build a more resilient, climate resilient Africa. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kariuki. That was very inspiring. There are benefits to adaptation. Everyone knows, but why are we not investing in it? I'm sure that we're going to have answers to these questions today. I have the pleasure to invite Professor Patrick Fekoin, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Center on Adaptation, to tell us what it is that the Global Center is offering to enable us know how we can participate and identify and work with the center. So, Professor Patrick, you have the floor.
Well, thank you so much, Tony, and also thank you, Kevin, for your wonderful comments indeed. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, and you already heard quite a bit from me in the first hour and a half. I have prepared 32 slides for the introduction of what the GCA Africa will do in the coming 50 months. Obviously, that is way too long. The only thing I would like to do at this stage, just in a few minutes, highlight the key messages around GCA Africa. You will see what the bottom line is. What we would like to start from is partnership. We've heard from all the leaders in the previous inauguration segment how important it is to build on existing initiatives, and it's precisely what we intend to do. So let me just walk you very quickly through a couple of key messages. Most of it you know. Basically, as a frame for the conversation following right after me, we have very distinguished speakers, ministers, development partners, board members. I also have the privilege that Jamal Sagir, our board member, will be with us and providing sort of closing remarks on the way forward, with just a couple of headlines. One, as we all know, that climate change impacts all aspects of African life, right? That's what this slide indicates. It also indicates the sort of the regional differentiation. I mean, there is no one solution fits all, certainly not in Africa. Secondly, what I think also was highlighted by many speakers, including by Kevin just now, that there are these sort of multiple sectors and multiple implications in terms of economic impacts. You, Tony, you referenced briefly the economic implications. As you know, that funding for adaptation in Africa is limited. We heard from Kristalina Georgieva in the beginning of the leaders segment, co-chair of the Global Commission on Adaptation. Basically, the Global Commission was the sort of inspirational foundation of the GCA. Inaugurated 2 years, it was focused on elevating the political attention to adaptation across the globe. And from there on, as the Commission sunsets, which is early next year, the Global Center on Adaptation is mandated to drive the implementation agenda, and part of it will be focusing on Africa. These are the leaders of the Global Commission, which we know. I think this is the most important slide which I have to share. At the Global Center on Adaptation, GCA, we have our work program is revolving around 3 pillars. Focusing on programs and action, I'll come to it in a second, focusing on knowledge acceleration, and focusing thirdly on agenda setting and advocacy, obviously also in close collaboration with AAI. Well, the needs are broad. I mean, I don't want to highlight that too much. We heard it from the leaders. I'm sure we will hear it from the participants in this important partnership forum. But I think this is important. In our sort of initial work program, which we have developed in close collaboration with the African Development Bank and other partners and development partners, we intend in the coming 15 months to focus on 5 areas, 5 topics. Obviously, food security, but also on water, nature-based solution, climate finance, and youth. Later on in this partnership forum, we will give a little bit more sort of detail on our youth program, and it's very sort of appropriate that we will hear from some of the youth leaders themselves what they intend to do. Let me quickly go. We have the Minister of Ghana making also remarks in this particular segment. We saw the video, of course, of the President. We have already started in Ghana with building a nature-based solution into resilient infrastructure, and I'm sure that the Minister will speak about that particular aspect. We know this, obviously, about the food security. I think this is an important slide as well. The linkage between AAI and the GCA. It was referenced by many speakers, including Germany and President Kenyatta. Well, obviously, we as GCA work under the umbrella of AAI. AAI was established 5-6 years ago. We are basically part of the implementation machinery of the AAI. That's basically how I see the conceptualization of that linkage. You all know, of course, Ambassador Seni, who will play a critical role on AAI and will also play a very important role in GCA Africa going forward. I want to skip a couple of slides because I really want to give the floor to the speakers as quickly as possible. There's this one element I want to highlight at this stage, that we will focus strongly on knowledge acceleration. Early next year, we will come out with the first ever state and trends on adaptation. Also next year, we will have a state and trends on adaptation on Africa. We're very keen to work with partners such as yours to really develop this sort of knowledge product going forward. We also are building, as we speak, our data solutions and data platform. Perhaps Jamal Sagir, our board member, can also address this in his remarks about the way forward. Lastly, just gives you a little bit of a geographical overview. As you have heard from Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, we have an office in China, last week in South Asia, now in Africa. I think the gist of this slide is we see strong comparative advantage that solutions are being shared. Not just from north to south, but also south to south, south to north, but the sharing of adaptation solutions, making them, of course, tailor them to their specific context. That's precisely where we see our comparative advantage. I don't want to dwell upon it too much. You have heard it consistently through the leaders segment, the importance of partnering for success, working with partners. It is not the intent nor the reality that GCA comes into Africa, conquers Africa, will do everything on its own. It's precisely the flip side of this. We are a solutions broker, inherent in that concept that we have to work with partners such as yours. So I think what is very important for this partnership forum today is to hear from you where you see sort of leverage points of collaboration. And we're very keen after this session today to explore that in more detail. The way forward, I will leave happily to Jamal in his concluding remarks. Actually, I would like to give it back to you, Tony. We have so many distinguished speakers on the list. It's very appropriate to give them the floor. We have to learn a lot from them as well. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, thank you so very much, Patrick. That was very brief, but gives us the meat of what the GCA is all about. And like you said, partners here today have a lot to say on how they can contribute to strengthening the partnership with the GCA and with the African Development Bank. I have in front of me a long list of very eminent speakers, heads of institutions, ministers, development partners. I would please request that we keep our interventions a bit shorter so that we can have everyone participate. We're already an hour late. So thank you so very much. I have the pleasure of inviting Honorable Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng, who is the Minister of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation in Ghana. I've always liked this ministry because it has everything that we need to surpass, address climate change, address COVID. It has innovations, it has science, technology, it has environment. This is brilliant. So, Honorable Minister, you have the floor. Hello? Honorable Minister Boateng, I know he had joined. Okay, since he's not right now with us, I know he was on. I have the privilege of inviting Honorable Minister Al-Mustafa Garba, who is the Minister of Environment, Urban Safety, and Sustainable Development in Niger, and is also the coordinator of the African Union Commission for the Sahel. Very important region, very important ministry. So, Honorable Minister Al-Mustafa Garba, please feel free to speak in any language, in French.
Oui, je vous remercie, Monsieur Nyong. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier et féliciter tous ceux qui ont rendu possible l'événement qui nous réunit aujourd'hui. Aussi, je me permettrai au nom du président de la République du Niger, son Excellence Issoufou Mahamadou, qui est également le président de la Commission climat pour la région du Sahel, et à ma qualité de ministre chargé de la coordination technique de la Commission climat pour la région donc, du Sahel, de vous exprimer toute notre gratitude pour nous avoir conviés à cet événement. Comme vous le savez, les changements climatiques constituent l'une des principales préoccupations de l'humanité et représentent une réelle menace pour nos sociétés, les sociétés humaines, telles qu'illustrées à titre d'exemple récent par les récentes inondations qu'enregistrent tous les pays du Sahel et qui ont occasionné des centaines de morts. Et malgré les incertitudes que font peser les changements climatiques sur son avenir, l'Afrique est restée consciente des responsabilités qui lui incombent, en l'occurrence vis-à-vis de l'accord de Paris. Et c'est ainsi qu'en marge de la conférence des parties tenue à Marrakech en 2017, s'est tenu un sommet des chefs d'État et de délégation d'Afrique dénommé Sommet africain de l'action en faveur d'une co-émergence continentale. Ce sommet a débouché sur la création de 3 commissions spécialisées dédiées respectivement à la région du Sahel, présidée par le Niger, ainsi que la région du bassin du Congo et les États insulaires. Et la 28e session de l'Assemblée de l'Union africaine, qui s'est tenue en janvier 2017 à Addis Abeba, a endossé la création de ces 3 commissions, leur donnant la légitimité continentale qu'il fallait. Et dans le but d'opérationnaliser ces commissions, pour ce qui est de la commission du Sahel, regroupant 17 États, allant du Cap-Vert à Djibouti, un plan d'investissement climat sur la période 2018-2030 d'un coût global de 400 milliards de dollars a été proposé et adopté par les chefs d'État et de gouvernement à l'occasion d'un sommet. L'objectif de ce plan était de contribuer à l'effort planétaire d'atténuation des émissions de gaz à effet de serre, mais surtout d'accroître les capacités d'adaptation et de résilience de la région du Sahel face au changement climatique. Comme vous le savez, juguler les effets des changements et variabilités climatiques nécessite une large coopération en plus des efforts nationaux, en l'occurrence pour la mise à l'échelle des projets de programmes d'adaptation, en particulier dans le secteur agriculture, foresterie et autres utilisations des terres. Pour rappel, le programme d'investissement climat a été décliné en 6 axes stratégiques qui concernent respectivement la restauration et la réhabilitation des terres, la gestion des ressources en eau, la gestion durable des systèmes agricoles et pastoraux, l'amélioration de l'efficacité énergétique et l'accès à l'énergie propre, le développement de la communication et du plaidoyer et le renforcement des capacités. Dans la perspective donc de cette coopération, les axes que nous pourrions suggérer entre la Commission climat, GCA Afrique et les autres partenaires peuvent être entre autres un large plaidoyer en faveur du financement du plan d'investissement, la mise à l'échelle des projets et programmes nationaux et régionaux structurants. En particulier, je pense à l'initiative de la Grande Muraille Verte, le renforcement des capacités institutionnelles et surtout du capital humain dans nos États et la mise en place d'une plateforme de dialogue pour une meilleure coordination et une meilleure mobilisation de la contribution de nos partenaires au développement pour une action climatique positive. À cet égard, et comme annoncé lors du sommet climat du Sahel et lors de la table ronde qui en est suivie, nous souhaitons que la Banque africaine de développement, en rapport avec d'autres institutions multilatérales et institutions de développement, continue à jouer le rôle clé de leadership pour un partenariat multiforme et fort avec les pays du Sahel. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The Sahel is very important to addressing climate change on the African continent. If we don't address the issues of the Sahel, we cannot say we have addressed climate change issues on the African continent. So that's very important. I have the pleasure of inviting Honorable Professor Fekadu Beyene, the Commissioner, Environment, Forest, and Climate Change Commission, Federal Republic of Ethiopia, to please speak to us. I know Ethiopia is leading the fray in terms of adaptation, as we heard this morning from the President. So, Honorable Minister. And he had an important meeting, was to leave shortly, maybe he's gone already. Hello, Honorable Minister. Maybe you could unmute your mic if the mic is muted. Honorable Minister Fekadu,
he's not online. He's not online. Dr. Nyang. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think he's left for another meeting. We apologize that the first meeting took much longer than we had planned, but it was very rich. I have the pleasure of inviting Honorable Mamadou Sangofowa Coulibaly, who is the Vice Chair of Adaptation of African Agriculture Initiative and ex-Minister for Agriculture, Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. This is a very important initiative. We know how much agriculture contributes to Africa's economy and how vulnerable that sector is. So, Honorable Minister, please, the floor is yours. Coulibaly.
Yes. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, it is a real pleasure and a true honor for AAA to welcome the launching of the Global Center on Adaptation in Africa. In fact, the agriculture sector is by far the most impacted by climate change in our continent. It represents almost 25 to 75% of most African countries' GDP, and well over 60 to 70% of the workforce. Still less than 10% of African farmers have access to modern banking services. To address those challenges, under the high patronage of His Majesty Mohammed VI, King of Morocco, and with the support of over 33 African countries, the initiative of the Adaptation of African Agriculture and Climate Change, AAA, was launched in Morocco at COP22 in 2016. At that stage of my speech, let me express my gratitude to the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and GCA CEO for the relevant choice of placing Africa and food security at the center of GCA programming. In that vein, AAA and GCA shall partner to support African countries to enhance and implement their respective national determined contributions and national adaptation plans in order to foster the adaptation of agriculture to climate change, ensure food security, and increase the incomes of smallholders farmers in Africa. AAA and GCA and other partners are already developing an investment blueprint for climate-informed digital advisories to allow for the delivery of climate-based digital services to 60 million farmers and local businesses. AAA, GCA, and the African Development Bank will also aim to launch the first innovative financial instrument at COP26 in 2021 to support the implementation of climate-smart agriculture investment plans. AAA and GCA are working hand in hand to address the adaptation, financing, and action gaps to help African farmers cope with climate change. Please allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations and gratitude to my brother, President Adesina, a true partner of the world of agriculture, for his re-election and for hosting the GCA Africa office at the FDB headquarters. I'm also very happy and grateful for the participation of our heads of state in this event. I truly welcome their leadership to help us solve problems and shape a better future for the next generation. Now, as a final word, please allow me to wish a warm welcome to GCA Africa in Côte d'Ivoire. Akwaba to GCA Africa. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for the strong support for the GCA and for what you're already doing together. I have the pleasure of inviting Honorable Aled Sodonono, who is a Minister of Tourism and Environment, Republic of Congo, and coordinator of the AU Climate Commission for the Congo Basin. Your Excellency, ma'am.
Oui, allô, vous m'entendez? Je disais, Excellence, bonjour, je suis la ministre Soudan Nono, je suis une dame. Je suis la ministre en charge du tourisme, de l'environnement, des questions de développement durable et en même temps coordinatrice technique de la commission climat du bassin du Congo. Et le président de la commission, c'est le président Sassou Nguesso et nous avons un instrument financier qui est le Fonds bleu. J'ai un prédécesseur, un collègue qui l'a rappelé tout à l'heure. Ce sont 3 commissions qui ont été créées en marge de la COP22 sur l'initiative de Sa Majesté le Roi du Maroc dans le cadre du sommet de l'action, le sommet africain de l'action. Et ensuite, ces commissions ont été entérinées pour être des instruments donc, au niveau donc, de l'Union africaine. Au sein de notre commission, c'est 16 États en commun qui portent quelque chose d'essentiel. Le bassin du Congo, second poumon écologique de la planète, second réservoir carbone de la planète après l'Amazonie. Nous avons aussi quelque chose de très important qui est une bombe à retardement, les tourbières du bassin du Congo, qui ont été découvertes récemment par des grands chercheurs de plusieurs universités, dont celle de l'université de Linz, qui met en lumière pas moins de 145 500 km² de superficie, qui capture pas moins de 30 milliards de gaz à émissions d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Tenez-vous bien, c'est 15 à 20 ans des émissions de gaz à effet de serre des États-Unis. Ce n'est pas moi qui le dis, ce sont les scientifiques, et ça a été même repris par le GIEC. Et c'est 3 ans d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre de la planète. Donc aujourd'hui, nous courons après le temps. Nous abritons également dans le cadre de ce bassin 10% de la biodiversité mondiale. Nous, au Congo-Brazzaville, nous travaillons beaucoup dans tout ce qui est écotourisme parce que c'est 65% de parterre végétal du Congo. Nous sommes de très, très bons élèves, oui, mais j'aurais voulu vous remercier, mais gagner du temps, remercier cette initiative des organisateurs, mais nous courons après le temps. Et aujourd'hui, les effets néfastes des changements climatiques impactent énormément notre zone géographique. Nous ne sommes pas des pollueurs, mais nous sommes impactés énormément et nous courons après le temps parce qu'on a des populations, des populations communautaires qui vivent de cette forêt que nous avons. Il nous faut la préserver, mais il nous faut leur donner une alternative à cela. C'est pour ça que ça a été rappelé, ces 3 commissions dédiées, mais l'heure n'est plus à la recherche des responsabilités historiques qui ont été déjà établies, mais d'apporter plutôt des réponses aux souffrances, comme j'avais commencé à le dire, de nos populations. C'est pourquoi nous nous réjouissons, mais sincèrement, nous nous réjouissons de la création de Global Center en adaptation, car l'heure est désormais à l'action. Et comme le dit le secrétaire général Ban Ki-moon, que j'aime à citer, il disait souvent tantôt qu'il n'y a pas malheureusement deux planètes, mais nous n'en avons qu'une seule. Alors, il faut que nous nous mettons ensemble. Le bassin du Congo, la Commission, nous avons un instrument financier qu'on appelle le Fonds bleu pour le bassin du Congo, qui a connu une étude de préfiguration dans le cadre de sa gouvernance triptyque, financière, institutionnelle et réglementaire. Et nous avons mis en lumière dans le deuxième lot que nous avons mené avec le PNUD basé aux Nations Unies et à New York, au Maroc, avec les partenaires de la GIZ, avec des partenaires de la COMIFAC, avec nos amis de la CEAC, avec les amis de la COMIFAC, qui travaillent étroitement avec nous dans le cadre de la problématique du bassin du Congo. Et nous avons 215 projets historiquement qui sont issus des contributions déterminées des États. C'est une grande première aujourd'hui et 215 projets chiffrés pratiquement à hauteur aujourd'hui de près de 15 milliards, des projets chiffrés, parce qu'il nous faut maintenant lever des fonds dans le cadre des études qui devraient être menées pour nous permettre le financement de ces projets. Donc, nous courons donc pour la préservation de notre planète à tous, parce qu'il nous faut préserver ce poumon écologique qui est le bassin du Congo. Nous courons donc après ces financements et nous pensons qu'il s'agira là d'envisager vraiment une synergie entre le GCA, le Fonds bleu et quelques institutions régionales avec donc cet instrument qui est le Fonds bleu, l'outil, le véhicule financier de la Commission climat du bassin du Congo. Nous sommes en train de fusionner 3 fonds, en train de syndiquer 3 fonds. Le Fonds vert pour le climat de la CNUC, le Fonds de l'environnement mondial et le Fonds bleu. Nous allons proposer un projet sous-régional qui tourne autour de la problématique de la préservation de cet écosystème très fragile des tourbières, qui sont en anglais des peatlands. Nous allons donc porter ces grands projets en marge donc du One Planet Summit qui aura lieu en France très prochainement, au mois de janvier certainement, si nous n'avons toujours pas ces problèmes avec cette pandémie de la COVID-19. Et donc, nous avons vraiment besoin qu'il y ait cette synergie également avec Global Center en adaptation que nous saluons. Voilà à peu près le message qui est le nôtre. Nous restons optimistes dans le cadre de cette coopération parce qu'il nous faut lever des financements. Il est souvent, et nous travaillons également avec la BAD qui en est dépositaire de cette commission climat du bassin du Congo dans le cadre de son mémorandum d'entente qu'il a mis en place. Nous avons déjà plus ou moins un retour de nos amis de la BAD et nous attendons maintenant que cela soit concret. Donc aujourd'hui, nous voulons ce partenariat afin que nous levons ensemble ces financements et que nous préservons notre outil, notre environnement, cette planète commune que nous partageons. Nous courons vraiment après le temps. Nous sommes de très bons élèves, mais nous avons besoin d'aide pour nous permettre de nous protéger nous-mêmes. Voilà à peu près en substance, tout en vous remerciant de nous avoir associés, le message qui est celui de la République du Congo et qui est celui également de la Commission climat du bassin du Congo qui inclut 16 pays plus 1, le Maroc est un pays fondateur au niveau donc de cette commission. Donc voilà ce que je voulais vous délivrer et vous remercier une fois de plus pour cette possibilité de passer ce message. Merci à vous.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You've mentioned, you've stated it, time is of the essence. We don't have time. And that's why the partnership with the GCA is about accelerating adaptation. Please, I would request that, because we have a lot of speakers, I would request if we can please keep our interventions quite brief. Thank you very much. I have the pleasure of inviting Honorable Professor Fekado Bene, the Commissioner, Environment, Forest and Climate Change Commission, Federal Republic of Ethiopia, for your short intervention. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be part of this timely virtual event on the inauguration of the Global Center on Adaptation, Africa Partnership Forum. Before addressing the questions on how Ethiopia would like to collaborate with GCA Africa and the African Development Bank, I would like to shed light on the importance of adaptation in the context of Africa. Adaptation is a key priority for the continent, not only because Africa is among the most vulnerable regions in the world to the impact of climate change, but also has the least adaptive capacity to absorb climate change shocks, both in the short and long terms. In light of this glaring fact, Africans have been pushing for adaptation issues to be at the center of discussions under various international climate change talks and negotiations. Although this collective effort bears fruit when the global goal on adaptation was set under Article 7 of the Paris Agreement, there are still visible gaps in terms of effectively operationalizing the provisions embedded in this article. To make the situation worse, despite the fact that all African countries have identified adaptation and resilience as a top priority in their national development contribution and national adaptation plan, there is little guidance on how to operationalize adaptation goals existing. Furthermore, there is a crucial deadline at the end of December this year for all nations to update and enhance their NDCs. Crucial because without more efforts to slow climate change, the limits to adaptation will soon be exceeded, and when with devastating consequences. Our very survival is at stake. Indeed, as Troika member of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, Ethiopia, together with our other 47 countries, we are calling on all nations to deliver on their commitments to strengthen their national ambition, like we are doing over the coming months. New NDCs are also a serious opportunity for strengthening adaptation. However, we'll need far more robust support and deeper partnership in the international community, South-South and regionally, to really accomplish that. Thus, it is my adamant belief that the establishment of the GCA Africa Partnership Forum will provide unique opportunities for the continent vis-a-vis addressing challenges related to adaptation by serving as a venue to promote innovative adaptation and resilience interventions. We call on development partners to come strongly behind adaptation efforts in Africa and in support of this new GCA regional program also. So this all being said, let me forward a few points regarding our national context and the possible areas of collaboration with the GCA and the African Development Bank. Ethiopia's vulnerability to the adverse impact of climate change has sparked heated policy debate. We have responded by taking towering steps formally, merging our aim to develop along a green economy while building greater resilience to climate change by launching the Climate Resilient Green Economy Strategy. With the aim to build and boost its adaptive capacity and resilience, Ethiopia has launched in 2017 a 15-year national adaptation plan, which builds on ongoing efforts to address climate change in the country's development policy framework. Our NAP focuses on most vulnerable sectors, including agriculture, health, transport, and water, and encompasses 18 adaptation options have been identified for implementation at all levels and across different development sectors, recognizing the considerable diversity in context and the vulnerability across Ethiopia's regions and social groups. When we see the major gaps we have been facing in the implementation of adaptation interventions, we share most of the challenges our fellow brothers and sisters in Africa mentioned. Just to mention a few, we have gaps predominantly related to accessing finance and other support means for the adaptation action. Lack of access to crucial technologies that will enhance the climate change adaptation. Lack of robust institutional arrangement and effective coordination from the federal to the national level due to various reasons. Weak capacity to undertake comprehensive risk and vulnerability assessment and risk management across regions and sectors, and lack of robust monitoring and evaluation system. To this end, we are keen to receive support from GCA and Africa Development Bank in the following areas inter alia. Support that will increase the resilience of farmers, agro-pastoralists, and pastoralists to climate change, as well as diversity and the livelihoods and income of farmers, agro-pastoralists, and the pastoralists. Interventions that will strengthen the capacity of local institutions involved in the implementation of adaptation action. Support that will boost the capacity of local disaster risk reduction systems and enable the design and implementation of action plans that will decrease the risk of climate and related disasters. And also interventions that will strengthen community disaster risk reduction the climate adaptation planning and the process at the zonal, Rotterdam, and the national levels, and providing training and support for the development of disaster response plans. We are also particularly interested to see the active involvement and the collaboration of the GCA and Africa Development Bank in intervention related to nature-based solutions for climate adaptation in Ethiopia, as well as in the continent, particularly in supporting large-scale watershed management and afforestation and reforestation programs. As you may know, Ethiopia has been implementing different flagship programs geared towards using nature-based solutions as a vehicle to improve the livelihood of local communities and enhance their adaptive capacity. As part of our focus for nature-based solutions, we have launched last August a project entitled Nature-Based Solution for Water Resources, Infrastructure and the Community Resilience in Ethiopia, which will be supported financially by the UN Economic Commission for Africa. Being part of the Green Legacy Initiative, the project will stimulate green jobs, improve community livelihood, enhance the health of rural women and girls, and build climate resilience through nature-based solutions to deforestation and ecological degradation. Currently, we are working with the GCA and other partners to showcase the Green Legacy Initiative as an adaptation summit under the nature-based solutions, action, which will take place in January 2021. To this end, we look forward to closely working with GCA Africa and other stakeholders, including the Africa Adaptation Initiative, to ensure fruitful participation at the summit and beyond. Last but not least, I would like to mention the importance of the continued support of the GCA for the CVF and the V20 as managing partners, including planned regional activities such as the Sustainable Insurance Facility, climate diplomacy training, and other financing initiatives planned together with African Development Bank. We look forward to working closely with GCA Africa Partnership Forum to advance the adaptation and resilience needs of the continent and close gaps. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you so very much, Commissioner Bene. What you've said, I'm sure it's like music to the ears of Patrick, because that's exactly what the GCA is set up to do. And I'm glad that you've mentioned the NDCs, the opportunities in them. And I'm very certain that Ethiopia is going to be, if I have to predict, one of those flagship countries to be on the road because of exactly the things you've put in place. So I have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Halima Bawa Buhari, who is the Acting Director, Department of Climate Change, Federal Ministry of Environment, Nigeria, representing the Honorable Minister, Ms. Sharon Ikezo. Ms. Halima Buhari. Okay, apparently she's not in right now. But thank you very much. We've heard from government. What all the people we've heard from have been ministers or speaking from the perspective of government. We've seen the long line of requests, but they understand the need for that support to be mutual. If the government creates the enabling environment, people will be able to invest and do those adaptation initiatives. So this is going to be a very strong partnership. Now I turn over to multilateral agencies. We have a lot to do. We're set up for this purpose, addressing issues of global tension, and nothing deserves that now more than climate change, even in the face of COVID-19. So I have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Ibrahim Chow, the Executive Secretary, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. You cannot separate climate change from desertification. They come together. So Your Excellency, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Anthony. So nice to see many friends, real warriors of adaptation, and I salute you all. Mitigation alone cannot reduce the damages due to climate variability. Every year, every day, we see more devastating effects of climate change. Severe droughts are now alternating with major floods, sometimes in the same calendar year. Reduced agricultural yields affect millions and hamper national economic growth. The recent floodings in Africa that have been mentioned earlier clearly show that the challenge of climate change threatens further economic growth and impede progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. while the rainfall this year has been exceptionally high in Africa, we must not forget that drought has always been a serious threat to lives and livelihoods. It is a phenomenon that is already affecting every climatic region, with around 70 countries now regularly hit. In the last 3 years alone, more than 25 countries declared national emergency due to drought. Droughts means water shortages, power outages, degraded health, and stalled economic momentum. Droughts wipe out enough produce annually to feed 81 million people every day for the entire year. That's the population of the 25 least populated countries in Africa. Globally, the cost of droughts reaches around $80 billion per year. These figures do not include indirect impacts, such as the impacts on human health. A dry shock in the first 1,000 days of a child's life means they are more likely to grow up mentally and physically stunted, undernourished, and unwell. Competition for access to water and productive land, conflicts and civil unrests, forced migration, and food insecurity. Episodes of droughts can double the risks of rioting in vulnerable communities. We need the Global Center on Adaptation to be effective. In our opinion, we need to focus on few key actions. I will elaborate on 4, which we see as being most relevant. First, policy mainstreaming. This is even more critical in the most vulnerable countries. Adaptation will have to be embedded into policies and institutional frameworks. It's more than just demonstration projects. In this regard, it would be good if the Global Center on Adaptation and others can support African countries integrate adaptation in their national policies. Second, gender mainstreaming. The literature shows that the powerless are the most susceptible to suffer the consequences of climate change. You need not a long speech to see that. The social media is exhibiting this fact on a daily basis, be it floods or droughts. Third, preparedness and early warning. Access to technical information and support evidence-based decision-making is important for policy-making and planning. Again, in the interest of time, I will not elaborate any further. Fourth, response and recovery. In Africa, more than in any other continent, natural hazards are hell. It does not have to be the case. A good preparedness accompanied by a good response can mitigate the effects. Governments will need to incentivize the private sector in setting up insurance schemes to cover specific natural hazards such as droughts and floods. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you so very much, Your Excellency. Like I've said, thank you so very much, Your Excellency. Yes, those are very important issues. We're not just looking at climate change for the sake of it. The social fabric that is destroying is important, that we need to rebuild back. Some years ago, the African continent thought that we weren't getting the best out of every effort to address extreme weather events. And so they came together and set up the Africa Risk Capacity to help manage these events that we're having. And I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Ibrahima Chegdion, who is the UN Assistant Secretary General and Director General African Risk Capacity Group. Mr. John, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Tony. As an old friend of the bank, I could not start without congratulating my great friend, Dr. Adesina, for his brilliant re-election. I have no doubt that under his leadership, the bank will be bigger, better, more impactful, and will continue to strive as it's done in his first term as the president of the bank. So send my regards and congratulations to my good friend Adesina. And then second, let me just state that GCA could not pick a better time to set up an office at the African Development Bank because of the growing demand for policy dialogue, for research, for communication and outreach across the continent. So having an institution working with our own continental bank to facilitate that kind of dialogue, the timing is perfect. And you can count on the commitment and the support of the organization that I'm leading in being part of the conversation as we proceed. One thing that caught my attention in the opening remark of the heads of state and the dignitaries, adaptation is good, but it needs to be combined with mitigation and resilience. And mitigation and resilience, that's what African risk capacity is all about. We are an EU specialized agency and believe that what GCA is trying to do in adaptation complement beautifully what we do, because through our sovereign risk insurance solution, we are able to actually provide support to our member countries, who are 34 as of today. Just to give you some numbers, since inception, we're able to sign 62 contracts across our member countries. And that led to $722 million of coverage. But more importantly, about 72 million Africans' lives have been saved and protected. So what we do actually do save life, and that's why ultimately what's important is the communities, the vulnerable communities, the women across Africa that get some support and protected because of what we do. It is absolutely critical and important to mention that in addition to the financing, there are other things that our organization does, which is equally important. And this is really building capacities of our member countries and making sure they can plan better and prepare themselves for disaster when they occur. And here I'm referring to, for example, risk profiling. Our country needs a must to understand the risk profile so they can make a decision to transfer part of the risk to insurance, but also take care of that risk as part of their national budget as they should be. The other thing also we do in technical assistance in making sure that the countries have what it takes to do contingency planning. It is absolutely important in terms of disaster to make sure that the country is fully coordinated and organized in providing the contingency fund that's required in making sure that we can protect and save lives. The other thing which is also equally important in technical assistance, it has been mentioned by my good friend Chow, which is early warning. We may not be able to stop some disaster, but knowing in advance when they will occur would allow our governments to be better prepared and to be able to respond at the right time in protecting our lives across the continent. One thing that came out of this conversation so far, which is no one institution alone can do this. It has to be done through strategic partnership. And that is why in the case of Africa Risk Capacity, we are an embodiment of active partnership. Organization belongs to 4 member countries. It's also supported by academia and other institutions that are involved in what we do. I think we're a great example that partnership can work. And I have no doubt that with GCA, we'll explore ways in which to working together as well. Now, talking about partnership at this juncture, I like to recognize an excellent partnership, and this is really with the African Development Bank. With the bank, we are involved in a program called ADRIFI, and with that program, we're able to basically work with countries and develop a national disaster strategy kind of financing. So what it does, number one, it helps the countries to have a better visibility on the risk profile, but eventually also providing resources to bring premium financing, but also other funding sources that's required to deal with climate-related disaster across Africa. At this junction, I also would like to thank Germany, as it has been recognized earlier, for providing about 90 million euro that helps some of our member countries have access to premium as they seek for sovereign interest risk financing from our institution. Now, of course, I have to make a plea, which is that given COVID-19 and the stress on the national budget of our member countries, it was always helpful to get additional resources to support our member countries so they can pay for the premium. Now remember, beyond just paying for the premium, it saves lives, the communities across the continent in Africa. By taking sovereign risk insurance, it allows them to have resources to be able to take care of the people as well. I also like to recognize another partnership which is extremely important, and that is between the African Development Bank, IFAD, as well as with the GCF, which is really a partnership which has been undermaking right now, ongoing as well in terms of in the making process. That's called the African Integrated Climate Resilience Program for the Sahel. It covers a number of countries of the region: Burkina Faso, Niger, Chad, Gambia, Mali, Mauritania, and my own country, Senegal, where I'm based right now. And it's come up to $143 million. In addition to looking at mitigation, we're also looking at resilience. What's important to mention in that program, we're not just dealing with macro insurance, they're also interested in talking about micro as well, which is going to get you to the communities across the continent. Let me finish up by saying the following. And Tony knows this quite well, because I worked with him in the past when I worked with the bank. We need to be creative and innovative in the way we actually mobilize resources to support climate-related disasters, also climate-related activities. And what we're thinking at our institution right now, exploring ways in which mobilizing resources from the global capital market that has tremendous resources. And here we're looking at developing an extreme climate facility, which will allow us to basically explore the opportunity offered by the green bond, but also the catastrophe bond, which is available out there. So these are opportunities I look forward to discussing with GCA and the bank and see how we can pull ourselves together and be able to put the resources to our member countries, to Africa as a whole. My message as a takeaway, adaptation, mitigation, and resilience, they go together. But ultimately, let's always think about the communities we're trying to protect, because that is the only KPI, the only indicator that matters to me in making sure we make a difference in the lives of Africans across the continent. So on that note, thank you, and I look forward to having a bilateral conversation with GCA and see how we can work together going forward. Thank you, Tony, over to you.
Okay, thank you so very much for that intervention. This is a homegrown solution by the African Union, and we have so much confidence in it that it's a great institution, and a partnership with the GCA will just take it to the next level. I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Juliet Biao, who is the Regional Director for Africa for UNEP. This is the custodian of most of the initiatives we have on climate change, environment on the African continent. So, Madam, how would you collaborate with GCA? You have the floor. You're on mute. Please unmute yourself. You're muted. You're good.
Thank you so much, Tony, and thank you for extending the invitation to UNEP Regional Office for Africa. First of all, let me also extend our big congratulations to President Adesina for his re-election. We are really proud. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to speak before you today on a subject I consider very critical to Africa's response to climate change. And that is the context of Africa's adaptation gap. The science is unequivocal. While Africa has contributed least to the global emission, just 2 to 3%, it stands out to be the most vulnerable to climate change. While climate change is global, the poor are disproportionately affected from its effects. This is the case of Africa, a region where already 257 million people go to bed hungry. A region where youth unemployment is at its highest, with a gap of up to 2 million additional jobs needed every year. A continent that accounts for over 70% of the world's poorest people. For half a year now, another variable has been introduced to this very dire adaptation context. I'm talking about the COVID-19 pandemic. The region is facing a negative 5.1% GDP growth for 2020, a loss of up to 50% of all jobs, and the first recession in 25 years. Considering that Africa's disproportionate vulnerability primarily socioeconomic, the question we now must answer is, what are the gaps that adaptation efforts need to bridge to build realistic resilience on the continent? Yes, we need to have a realistic relook at Africa's adaptation gap. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the UNEP flagship Africa Adaptation Gap report monetized Africa's adaptation gap. According to this analytic work that built on the scientific rigor of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Africa currently needs up to 15 billion each year to cover its adaptation needs. This amount is on an increasing trajectory and is projected to reach between 50 to 100 billion per year by 2050. These amounts are astronomical and pale in significance to the cumulative 2 billion climate financing that has come into the continent to date. But a monetized gap is only part of the story. It must be unpacked in the context of the socio-economic realities that confront us. For example, Africa is the most youthful continent, with youth representing up to 60% of the population. Knowing that human capital is the most significant component of wealth globally, and it's valued at up to 15 times natural capital, how can we unlock the power of Africa's human capital, and especially the youth, to drive contextual adaptation efforts? You will agree with me that a realistic and contextual consideration of Africa's adaptation gap goes beyond direct financing. And additional dimensions of gap need to be addressed through the following 5 points, but in the interest of the time, I will not elaborate much on each of the points. The first point is that adaptation needs to be premised as a business and investment opportunity, not only a social issue. This means priority needs to be put on climate proofing and maximizing productivity of fundamental sectors that can create most income, enterprise, job, and growth opportunity in diverse other sectors. Second, we need to increasingly accept that in Africa, mitigation and adaptation are complementary, not silo, standalone areas. For example, I talked of agriculture as critical to Africa's adaptation efforts. Among critical needs to maximize earning in agriculture is value addition. And here, clean energy is a critical enabler. Third is the finance question. Adaptation finance needs to move beyond social to investment and enterprise financing, where returns transcend the traditional social benefit to include environmental benefit and financial dividends that are critical for longevity. Fourth is the youth question. We need to ask ourselves how our youth can realize gainful enterprise opportunities while leading Africa's adaptation efforts. And the answer lies in retooling skills of our youth. Our youth, in the diversity of their disciplinary backgrounds, need to be structurally guided to improve, refine, and adapt their skill to be turned toward creating enterprise opportunities in fundamental adaptation sectors. Fifth, and that will be the last, is policy coherence. Taking this integrated approach to adaptation calls for coherent and collaborative actions across diverse sectors. And these sectors will need to be incentivized by coherent sectoral policy. For example, youth employment policies need to be implemented coherently with climate adaptation policies, the express objective being to ensure that the creativity, energy, skills, talents of our youth are deliberately harnessed to drive adaptation efforts. To conclude, I will say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that Africa's adaptation gap needs to be considered in a holistic and an integrated way. Let's build on ongoing initiative and on quick wins. And by doing so, we will be addressing primary source of vulnerability on the continent, which is largely socio-economic. In the context of the reforms of the UN development system, and in our capacity of co-convener of the Opportunity Issue-Based Coalition on Climate Change, UNEP stand ready to continue working together with relevant partners or in order to accelerating adaptation GCA Africa Partnership Forum. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. That's very good for us to look at adaptation holistically and identify the gaps and then seek to address those gaps. Thank you very much. I have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Halima Bawabwari, who is the representative of the Minister of Environment of Nigeria. I think you're logged on now. Please, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, moderator. I'm honored to read the Honorable Minister of State's Environment this event. She is unavoidably absent due to official engagement within this time that this occasion is happening. So here it goes. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, as we say in Nigeria. I'm delighted to be a part of this launch for Africa's journey towards climate change resilience. It is worthwhile to state here that one of the cardinal objectives of this administration in which I serve is to tackle the issue of climate change.
Yeah, were you able to take the picture?
Unveiled by President Buhari in his inauguration
we're hearing you.
In 2015. In achieving this objective, Nigeria to reduce its emission by 20% unconditionally and further 45% with international support. As you know, our NDC was submitted to the UNFCCC at COP21 in Paris in 2015. This led to the adoption of the Paris Agreement, which has been domesticated and ratified by my country. Consequently, we have developed sectoral action plans, which include agriculture, power, oil and gas, transport, and industry. We have also made efforts with regards to adaptation action by developing a national adaptation framework. We have submitted and we got approved on the readiness support to the Green Climate Fund. And we also have advanced efforts towards establishing our national adaptation plans. Towards generating domestic climate finance, we have issued, as you know, 2 green bonds. Adaptation projects are among those the bonds fund. More adaptation-oriented action include the Climate Change and Gender Action Plan that the President Buhari just approved. We plan to carry out other vulnerability mapping and assessment for Nigeria, basically to update and identify what our vulnerabilities are. Alongside the work of my ministry, the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development has been created by the President to address the emergencies that arise as a result of climate change impacts. We realize that we have quite a lot of room for improvement. However, at this point, I would like to say again, I wish to remind us all that this is a platform to catalyze the much needed adaptation action, chart and pursue a definite course for securing regional and global financial support for those adaptation actions in Africa. We expect African Development Bank, the GCA, to help the continent by providing technological and technical strengthening for countries. Of course, alongside facilitating access to means of implementation, in other words, funding. We are open to partner on improving and expanding our green bond instruments, also on the gender and youth inclusion in climate action. We believe this platform can help countries in Africa to do ecosystem valuation, which gives a fiscal contribution of adaptation projects and will enable buy-in by governments and communities. The GCA and AFDB can also help in the establishment of sustainable carbon markets in the region. We also expect that this platform can provide national and regional platforms to build capacities to bridge the technology and financial gaps to enable our continent develop impactful adaptation projects. Matchmaking countries would also help to bridge the funding gap that we have. At this point, I appreciate this opportunity to give a small remark at this event. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Representative of the Honorable Minister. Yes, a lot has been done, but a lot more still needs to be done. And I'm very certain that that's why we are all gathered here to hear from you and see how the GCA largely can support you. I read not too long ago that Africa has less than 1/8 of the required meteorological stations to support development. And that means most likely we are planning in the dark. Without climate information, it's going to be very difficult for us to plan and execute adaptation initiatives. So I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Amos Makarau, who is the Director for Africa at the World Meteorological Organization. Sir, how can the GCA work with you to provide climate information services to build resilience on the African continent?
Yes, thank you very much, Tony. And obviously, I'd like to begin by congratulating the FDB through you, for this very interesting event. So congratulations for a job well done. Yes, indeed, definitely the issue of observations is very critical. So I'd like to begin by actually apologizing on behalf of the Professor of Secretary General of WMO for not attending this meeting. He has been engaged elsewhere. But this is very, very important. And for us as Regional Office for Africa, that is really one of the issues that we need to attend to, making sure that the observations in Africa increase. Right now, definitely, that is the problem. And I'm going to be talking about that very, very shortly. I'm mindful of the time that is available to us. So this meeting is actually taking place when the entire Sahel region stretching from Djibouti in the east to Senegal in the west. This area has been having devastating floods in the past month. In the coming months, more extremes are anticipated in East Africa with respect to droughts, and Southern Africa with respect to floods. In addition, with the general increase in global temperatures, the unprecedented rapid melting of the ice at the poles, rising sea levels, the consensus from the global circulation models is that these extremes and their attendant hazards are expected to increase. The current and potential future impacts of this on Africa are huge, considering that 34 of the countries are classified as this developed. So adaptation and resilience to climate are no longer an option for Africa, but a must. This also includes starting with observations as the foundation for everything. It is pleasing, however, that the GCA is opening a chapter in Africa, and the AFDB has taken the reins to promote and advance this adaptation initiative in Africa. WMO is a specialized UN agency and a global authority on weather, water, and climate, with outreach in all the 54 countries of Africa, welcomes these initiatives and stands ready to play its part if called upon to contribute. To illustrate this, the World Secretary General, together with the AUC, UNECA, and the AFDB, among others, will soon launch the Africa State of the Climate report. It will start with the 2019 report, but this will be an annual report because it will be very useful for the negotiators in Africa when they talk about adaptation. So we are very much pleased to inform you about that. Also, WMO is also in partnership with AUC and the other agencies such as UNDRR on establishing early warning of disasters in Africa. It's hopeful that this initiative will not leave any country behind because disasters do not recognize political boundaries. In addition, we feel that adaptation to climate in Africa will not succeed if the rural last mile, in other words, consisting mostly of women, is not taken on board right from the beginning when it comes to capacity development, financing, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. WMO for Africa and the Office of Africa is looking forward to working with the FDB and GCA in the area of capacity development, beginning with infrastructure. In other ways, making more observations available across the whole continent, and also with respect to the provision and delivery of weather and climate information up to the last mile. So definitely the issue of observations is very, very critical, and we are hoping that the GCA and NFDB will continue working with WMO in making sure that these observations are increased from the present unsatisfactory state. COVID has already made things worse because some stations had to be closed. So after COVID, we are looking forward to actually the WMO being assisted to work with countries so that the observational network comes back to where it was before. We thank you very much and wish the GCA Africa a huge success. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's encouraging to know that work is going on because it's quite a challenge when a whole continent doesn't have as much meteorological centers or data collecting centers as some countries in other parts of the world. I have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Estherine Fotabong, who is the Director, Implementation and Coordination Unit of the Africa Union Development Agency, NEPAD. They implement most of the decisions taken by the heads of states. Soma, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, my brother Tony. And let me join the others in thanking the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation for inviting the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, to participate first in the launch of the Global Center on Adaptation office in Africa, but also to participate in this very important forum. The impact of climate change on the livelihoods in Africa is known and well documented. I think the previous speakers have well demonstrated both the direct impact and the indirect impact of climate change, not only to the economy, but to African communities as well. The issue of drought and floods and how these are formidable challenges that the continent is facing as it tries to attain the Africa's vision of Agenda 2063. A range of factors, including strong institutional and human capacities, as well as innovation and appropriate technologies, are needed to turn climate change into an opportunity for growth and sustainable development in Africa. This is why the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, through mechanisms such as the NEPAD Climate Fund and programs on gender, climate change and agriculture, climate smart agriculture, fisheries and blue economy, among others, has been championing efforts to upscale and build partnerships for climate adaptation and resilience in the continent. The African Development Bank has been a long-standing partner of the African Union Development Agency, and we have collaborated in many areas, especially in climate change adaptation activities in the continent. We have also partnered with the bank and other key institutions in strengthening the development of African common positions in international forums, such as the meetings of the Conference of Parties to the Climate Agreement, as well as other international engagement. It is important that we build collective resilience, and through these different efforts and initiatives that we have across the continent, including, of course, as member of the African NDC Hub, which is coordinated by the African Development Bank. We have been supporting African countries in developing concrete proposals for funding to either the Green Climate Fund or other international financing mechanisms. We have also engaged in the training of government officials in almost 28 countries in developing the national indices, but also the last presenter spoke about the importance of information, and we've been supporting countries and trained staff in climate information. The point I'm making is that we have a lot of initiatives that are going on in the continent with the effort of so many partners, or both the activities that our governments are doing, but as well as activities from technical institutions or international organizations such as ours and all of those represented in this panel today, as well as civil society. But we really need to see the value addition of all of these initiatives. How do we make sure that all of these come together so that we can see the impact of our individual actions or the actions of individual institutions? How do we identify where the gaps are and avoid all of us doing the same thing? So a platform such as this we believe is very much welcome, because we not only have the opportunity to discuss the technical issues, as relates to supporting our member states to build resilience to climate change. But we also will be able to identify areas where we are not doing much and where we need to focus more actions and across board. So the AUDA, the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, have launched a Center of Excellence on Climate Adaptation and Resilience. That center will provide training and conduct policy research to support the building of adaptation capacity and resilience in the continent. We believe that through the work of the center and the overall mandate of the African Union Development Agency, including our post-COVID strategy that emphasize the issues of equity and resilience, both in our economy and our communities, we have a common vision as that of the GCA, the Global Center on Adaptation. And we expect that the work of the GCA in Africa will complement our activities in the areas of investing in people, in strengthening coping mechanisms, in building climate appropriate infrastructure, as well as addressing financing gaps. All of these things, I think we have heard from other speakers mentioning them as issues that we need to give more attention as we support building adaptation capacity in the continent. And finally, in addition to these areas, we do believe very strongly on the need to continue supporting processes that promote dialogue and building stronger positions for the continent to engage in global forums. So we hope that we will be able to collaborate with the GCA to bring governments together, the private sector, the civil society, the youth and women, research institution in building climate adaptation capacity in Africa for a more resilient economy and welfare of the African people. We therefore look forward to greater collaboration between the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, the African Development Bank, and the Global Center on Adaptation in Africa to bring the change and build the capacities to ensure that we build more resilient communities for our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Futabon. Patrick, all I'm hearing is support, very strong support, very strong collaboration, and identifying initiatives that are already on the continent that can be scaled up or can be partnered with. So thank you so very much. We've just heard from the multilateral agencies that are already working on this. We have a platform, we have initiatives that we can work. We have entry points that we have agreed to work with. But one thing I have not heard anybody say is that adaptation is not a priority. So we all agree on that, and we all agree to work towards that. We'll soon be rounding up. I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Hans Ibrecht, who is the policy director of the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who has been a very strong pillar of support to the GCA. Please, you're invited to give your contributions. Mr. Ibrecht.
Thank you very much. Let me first congratulate, maybe I should say congratulate ourselves with the successful launch today. I think the launch that we were just witnessing was actually a testament to the commitment and leadership provided by African countries. Of course, now we need to follow up this leadership with fellowship. I think that would be the challenging part for all of us, is to translate the commitment and leadership into real action. And that's where we see the GCA playing a key role in the future. So let me focus on three areas and three challenges that have been put forward to us as development partners. In terms of focus areas, if you look at overall support, international support to adaptation, and you compare this with the needs, there seems to be reasonably good alignment so far, at least, except for the volume that we need to definitely, as has been said by many of the previous speakers, we need to increase our efforts to support adaptation. But projects targeting agriculture, climate information, disaster risk reduction, and freshwater receive the most support from the portfolios of the Adaptation Fund, the LDCF, the PPCR, and the GCF. These are also ranked in the top 5 sectors in the NDC's marine fisheries, freshwater fisheries, waste, tourism, urban areas, migration, and human health and well-being are sectors that receive less support. Secondly, on the question how GCA can work with us to add value to initiatives and programs, I'm pleased to note that there is very good alignment between the priorities in the GCA's Africa strategy and the priorities of the Norwegian government. For us overall, it's important to contribute to a better balance between support to mitigation and adaptation. And I think it's, or the statistics clearly show that Norway is not balanced. We have most of our climate finance goes to mitigation, but there's no clear political commitment to try to increase our support to adaptation to create this better balance. Our support to adaptation will increase in the coming years, and to that effect, we have launched an action plan on sustainable food systems, and we will be launching an adaptation strategy later this year. A key objective of this is to fight hunger, and for us, the focus should be on sub-Saharan Africa, and I would also like to add a key focus for us is leaving no one behind. Among the areas we want to strengthen through our support are first, climate adaptive measures for food production and food systems. We have to provide poor small-scale farmers and fishermen with better knowledge, technology, and access to early weather and climate forecasts, as has been highlighted also by previous speakers. Climate services are at the core of adaptation planning and climate resilient development. Second, we need to increase the use of nature-based solutions. And third, we need to strengthen infrastructure and build back better after natural disasters, as well as the pandemic. We also need to increase our efforts to engage the private sector. We need to find the appropriate types of drivers to attract private sector support, help to develop markets for adaptation, and develop and use de-risking instruments to attract private capital. Finally, as the GCA is a testament to, and also this launch, we need partnerships, and we need partnerships that delivers. For us, the GCA will be a key partner, and I'm quite confident that we collectively will deliver on this important agenda. Like my minister said, the talent and the leadership is there. Now we have to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that support that what we're doing aligns with your development objectives and initiatives on the African continent. Also have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Martin Kipping, Head of Climate Policy, Federal Minister of Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, who has also been a very strong support to the GCA, not only to the GCA, a lot of the initiatives on climate change, the NDCs and so on. So, Dr. Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Anthony. Greetings from Berlin, and thanks for having me. I will be very, very short considering the time. Most of you might have listened to my state secretary in the leaders segment who underlined the big importance, the big priority Germany devotes to the whole area of strengthening resilience and adaptation worldwide, but in Africa, supporting our African partners in that endeavor in particular. So that's also one of the items on our agenda during our current EU Council presidency, which also contributes to preparing the upcoming EU-AU summit. So we invest pretty heavily in adaptation and resilience. From budget funds alone, we are pretty balanced, fortunately, already between mitigation and adaptation. The challenge is, and I think that's a common challenge, a widely shared challenge, is to actually mobilize also the market funds, the private finance for adaptation investments, which is much more demanding, much more difficult in our support compared to mobilizing private funds for mitigation action. So our portfolio, our engagement is vast across basically all sectors. Let me just mention two areas where we put particular emphasis. The agriculture sector has been mentioned repeatedly by colleagues. So agriculture, strengthening resilience of, in particular, smallholder farmers, is a very high priority to us. My minister committed to support 60 million smallholder farmers until 2030 to become more climate resilient. We have also been supporting the AAA pretty early on. So that's one area I'd like to emphasize. The second would be, and it has been mentioned already, the area of climate risk finance and insurance. The high-level consultative group of the Insure Resilience Global Partnership has just convened yesterday night, and a couple of colleagues we have been able to listen to during this event have also attended that meeting. Let me come to my last point. We obviously welcome the establishment of the Africa office of the Global Center on Adaptation in partnership with the African Development Bank, which is also very much appreciated. So we'd like to provide additional support to the Africa Adaptation Initiative in strong partnership with GCA Africa. My State Secretary announced our envisaged first contribution. Areas where we believe we can bring in particular added value are two. The first one being climate risk finance, risk transfer being one of the core areas of the AAI. So this would build on our experience, our work in the Insure Resilience Global Partnership. And the second area where we believe we can bring in particular expertise and benefit is the area of climate risk analysis, so which is linked to the knowledge management program of the AAI. So where, for instance, we have started cooperation with the Potsdam Institute on Climate Impact Research, who has conducted pretty well cutting-edge climate risk analysis in strong partnership. For Ghana was the first country. Ethiopia has been recently published. So I think some very interesting work we can build upon, and we can also bring into our cooperation for strengthening resilience and adaptation in Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so very much, Dr. Kipping, and thanks for the strong support you've provided to the GCA and also to the African Development Bank. When we talk about climate impacts in Africa, we're looking at extremes, and both extremes, flood and drought, pertain to water. So I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Peter Repinski, who is Interim Executive Secretary of the Global Water Partnership. This is very important for the African continent. How can your organization partner with the GCA to manage Africa's water resources well in the face of a changing climate? Mr. Repinski?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Chair, and Excellencies, dear esteemed speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. It is really a true privilege for me to say a few words on behalf of the Global Water Partnership during this Global Center for Adaptation Africa Launch and Partnership Forum. And from GWP, we would like to first of all congratulate the organizers for this very interesting event and for the important regionalization of the GCA approach, which we fully support and which GWP also espouses through our network of 13 regional partnerships, close to 70 related country water partnerships, and over 3,000 partners worldwide. Indeed, this initiative is particularly welcome, given the fact that African countries contribute perhaps the least to carbon emissions globally, but feel the effects to a greater extent than perhaps anyone else. and which also Dr. Karaoke mentioned in his earlier remarks. In the context of the global COVID-19 emergency, climate challenges are still omnipresent, of course, and vulnerable communities will become even more vulnerable. The poor and the marginalized may be even less involved in the decision-making processes. So transparency as well as integrity are clearly at risk as governments design the rescue and reconstruction packages with potentially tighter funding envelopes. So now more than ever, smart decisions are needed on how we solve multiple long-term and interconnected global crises. But we must also understand the water impact of chosen economic pathways. And importantly, the opportunities that good water management actually offers. So we must resist the temptation to undervalue basic principles of sustainability in favor of so-called quick fixes, which may do more harm than good in the long run and lock countries into undesirable long-term development pathways. So it is in this context that GWP will continue to support countries in focusing on the water security agenda and climate resilience in our new 2020 to 25 strategy. And in the coming 5 years, GWP, a member of the NDC partnership, and in our role as a Green Climate Fund Readiness Delivery Partner, we will assist over 30 countries, and many of which are in Africa, in accessing climate finance to implement water-informed national adaptation plans and integrated flood and drought management policies and measures. And in this 5-year period, we envisage to influence over 1 billion euros in investments to directly support climate resilient water management and infrastructure founded on robust, inclusive, and effective water governance systems. The first example of this is our recently signed $2.2 million GCF proposal for Zambia to develop its national adaptation plan. And in the coming months, we will also share learning about how to increase climate resilience in Africa and throughout the world through our water changemakers journeys. And those stories will be made public in just a few weeks. And they will demonstrate how nurturing local capabilities and partnerships are really key ingredients to catalyze positive change. So cooperation and partnership building is perhaps more important now than ever, which is why we are so proud to support the GCA, both in Africa and globally. And I would also like to take this opportunity to extend an invitation for the GCA Africa to join the Africa Water Investment Project Preparation Partnership for Climate Resilient Water Projects for Africa. This AIP partnership provides a platform for countries to exchange knowledge and lessons on their experiences in preparing, financing, and implementing water projects, in particular in the context of the GCF. Just briefly, this partnership was established last year by GWP and in collaboration with the Infrastructure Consortium for Africa, the African Water Facility, Africa Climate Change Fund, and all hosted by the Africa Development Bank, the Climate Resilience Infrastructure Development Facility, and the Development Bank of Southern Africa, with technical inputs from the Green Climate Fund Secretariat and the World Meteorological Organization. So the support we offer to governments addresses one of the biggest obstacles faced by water projects submitted to the GCF, which is articulating how a project's intervention specifically addresses impacts of greenhouse gas-induced climate change. And I'm happy to report that despite the disruptions caused by COVID-19, the AIP Project Preparation Partnership for GCF climate resilience water projects continues to successfully assist partner countries to prepare and submit project proposals to address climate finance. So to date, we have supported 60 countries around the world to leverage over $1.2 billion in water and climate resilient investments. And we look forward to further scale our collaboration on climate resilience across Africa in collaboration with the GCA Africa, African Development Bank, African Union, and other partners, and to explore this further with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is strongly in line with the work program of GCA. They have a very strong work program on water, and I believe that there's a lot of collaboration there. When we talk about climate change adaptation, what comes to people's mind usually is the money. We don't have the resources. We don't have the financial means. Africa doesn't have as much resources as others do have. So I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Usman Diagana, who is the Vice President for the World Bank for Central and West Africa. I'm sure, sir, you're going to talk about this money that everyone is talking about and other initiatives that you could support the GCA on. Thank you. You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Let me make a small correction. So it is Simeon Ewi, Director for Sustainable Development at the World Bank and for Africa. Unfortunately, Usman Diagana could not be here. And I want to thank all the organizers, the GCA leadership and the African Development Bank for organizing this particular event. It's a great pleasure to join you all at this inaugural session of the GCA Africa Partnership Forum. The World Bank welcomes this initiative and partnership between the GCA and the African Development Bank to address far-reaching impacts of climate change across the African continent, and to work with partners to deliver concrete action. It is increasingly clear that the scale of the climate challenge requires collective action through partnership approaches to deliver accelerated action for communities across Africa. So we are all aware that climate change is escalating and that climate impact disproportionately impact the poor and the poorest countries in the continent. And African countries are at the front line of intensifying climate risk, from the desert locust outbreak in the Horn of Africa to Cyclone Ida across Southern Africa, to cite a couple, and even including now inundations in the Sahel, Niger, and Senegal at this moment. Without a rapid deployment of inclusive climate-informed development, some 43 million additional people could be pushed below the poverty line by 2030 in Sub-Saharan Africa. The World Bank is deeply committed to climate action in Africa. Just yesterday, we launched the Next Generation Africa Climate Business Plan, which will be implemented over the next 6 years, 2020 to 2026, working in partnership with African countries and development partners. Building on a robust track record and achieving an achievement under the first plan, this new climate plan will focus on 3 fronts: scaling up investment, climate resilient investment, to grow the economies and reduce poverty. Number 2, redoubling efforts to increase energy access across the region. And number 3, taking advantage of sustainable and innovative approaches to leapfrog into greener development pathways. This new climate plan, which will galvanize climate action by focusing on Africa's core development priorities, namely food security, clean energy, green and resilient cities, securing environmental stability, and last but not least, managing climate shocks. This plan will deliver at least $22.5 billion of climate financing, with at least half earmarked for adaptation and resilience. To support recovery and long-term growth, the World Bank will work with sub-Saharan African countries to enact policy reforms that recognize the realities of climate change. We have set concrete targets for the 5 areas of focus to help us push the boundaries of low carbon, climate resilience development in Africa. These targets are in line with the World Bank's corporate target and commitment and respond to countries' increased climate ambition. Let me give you some examples. Supporting at least 28 million farmers with climate-smart agriculture approaches. Expanding integrated landscape management over 60 million hectares in 20 countries. Supporting the generation and enabling infrastructure for at least 2.5 gigawatt of renewable energy. Outfitting at least 30 cities with low carbon and resilient planning approaches. And finally, ensuring that at least 150 million people have access to impact-based early warning system in at least 6 countries. COVID-19 is having a profound impact across the continent, and the World Bank estimates that COVID-19 will cost the region between 37 billion and 79 billion in output losses for just 2020 due to trade and value chain disruption, reduced foreign financing flows, and containing measures. COVID-19 response and recovery are a central feature of the plan. Pursuing synergy for COVID-19 and climate action is paramount, therefore. So we will rebuild in greener, more resilient and more sustainable ways, while also supporting longer-term sustainable outcomes. The bank is, the World Bank is already working with countries to deliver on the COVID-19 response, and will continue to deepen our actions. The World Bank's agenda, climate agenda, grounded in Africa's core development priorities, is very large. As the World Bank rolls out this plan with our client countries, we are happy to reach out and work with development partners, civil society, the private sector, and other key players to leverage financing and ramp up action at scale. We must all work to ensure that the benefits of concerted climate and development action in Africa make a positive difference to each last beneficiary in the region. We welcome the opportunity to work with this new alliance. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so very much, Mr. Ehwe. I know that the GCA would be delighted to have this conversation with you, because the focus and the initiatives all converge on Africa towards strengthening Africa's adaptive capacity and adaptation. I have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Prita Mitra, who is the Deputy Division Chief for Africa at the IMF.
Hi, everyone. So first of all, congratulations. Thank you for having us, and thank you for having our Managing Director speak this morning. Big congratulations on the launch of GCA Africa. The IMF is very much looking forward to working with you. And I think, listening to everyone, I think there's one point that's kind of been made at different occasions that I'd like to really highlight, which is that building resilience to climate change and economic development, progressing in economic development, especially the SDGs, go hand in hand. And just to hone in on that point, I'll take the example of food security, right? We heard, there was a nice presentation at the beginning about how more than 70% of Africa's population at some, different points in time can be food insecure. And I just want to highlight, the IMF in April, our regional economic outlook analysis for Africa, we found that actually food insecurity in sub-Saharan African countries can be reduced by 30 percentage points or more by improving access to mobile phone networks. And that enables farmers to have information on weather and on markets so that they can be more strategic about how they sell, when they sell. And then also better built homes and buildings that improve the resilience of people. And that's really what our managing director was talking about this morning in terms of empowering people. And better healthcare and education also go with that. not only makes people more resilient, but it also increases their productivity and their income earning potential. And then of course, access to finance, which helps people cope during a crisis. For example, if there's a food shortage and food prices go up, then it helps people be able to buy food. And at the same time, it helps them to invest in resilience. So all of these items not only help build resilience to climate change, but they also further economic development and the well-being of individuals. So I just wanted to highlight that point, and that's really, I think, where a lot of the focus of the IMF's work is going to be: empowering people and investing in infrastructure, and also building coping mechanisms together will make progress in building resilience for individuals overall. So that's, and how does that match with the GCA? I think it overlaps perfectly with what GCA Africa, the strategy that will be developed that they mentioned. And I think the role that the GCA can play actually across all of us, because each institution, each country has a different approach. So the GCA could act as a coordinator to make sure the policy advice that's being followed is consistent across countries, and what's being given across different institutions as well. The advice, the support, whether it's technical or financial, is also consistent across institutions. So I think this coordinating role would be very, very important. And I think also by having a more coordinated approach towards building resilience to climate change and adapting to climate change, it can help unlock financing as well, because it reduces the risk premium. And for our part, the IMF works closely with many of your governments to help improve public financial management, which will be an important part of budgeting for climate change and adaptation to climate change. And by improving PFM systems, of course, you reduce risk premium, and then, for example, would be able to issue state contingent bonds at a lower rate or access different climate funds. And so I think we can work together with the GCA in that aspect as well, on how to reduce the cost of financing. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much, Pritha. I'm glad you've raised a very important issue on coordination. We find ourselves replicating most initiatives, and at the end of it, we don't have the full value for what needs to be done. But I know that the international community has progressively been looking at the issues of climate change. 25 years ago, we had COP1, where the world, the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention met. By then, it wasn't a major issue. To finding that 25, 26 years after, it's gathered so much momentum. It's now talking about adaptation that was never talked about before. I have the pleasure of inviting Professor Salimu Haq, who attended that first COP and has attended the last COP. And he's a walking encyclopedia. He knows what is happening. How can we have this South-South learning cooperation? You're from Bangladesh. You're not spared issues of extreme climate events. We in Africa were not spared. So what role, what opportunities exist for this South-South collaboration to address issues of climate change? Professor Haq?
Thank you very much, Tony. Great to see you and to be here. Greetings from Dhaka, Bangladesh, where, as you heard last week, we also launched the South Asia Regional Center of the Global Center on Adaptation. And I had the privilege of doing what you're doing today, which is moderating the Partnership Forum. So in the interest of time, I'll be brief, and I'll give you 3 messages of potential forward-looking partnership between South Asia, Bangladesh, and Africa in particular. The first one, as you've just mentioned, is South-South cooperation. My experience for more than 2 decades in climate change adaptation is that peer-to-peer learning, people learning from each other, is the most valuable form of learning about adaptation because it's so much a learning by doing process. And in my center and my university here in Dhaka, over the last 10 years, I have hosted more than 300 Africans who have come to either do a master's here or short courses. And this is a very, very good way. And I hope will be a potentially even bigger potential cooperation between our 2 continents going forward. The second element that I would add to this is a network of universities that we run of the least developed countries. And 33 of the least developed countries are in Africa. And we already have a third of them in our university network. We hope to expand that by doubling it within the next year and then tripling it a year later so that we cover all 33. And we are also interested in collaborating with non-least developed country universities and countries where we can focus on knowledge generation, doing research, as well as on capacity building for the next generation of young people. And in particular, our network focuses on locally led adaptation or community-based adaptation, working with the most vulnerable communities, which, as you know, is something that I have specialized in for many, many years. And so we hope to be able to share that knowledge. We learn from Africa, Africa learns from us, and we use universities as a constituency for knowledge generation and capacity building. And the final element that I would like to highlight is something that you will be speaking about here as well, which we launched last week in Dhaka, which is the Global Youth Adaptation Network, which is going to be one of the flagship elements of the Global Commission on Center on Adaptation going forward, where we will invest in youth and make them leaders on adaptation. And as I mentioned in the least developed countries universities consortium on climate change that my center runs, we have a big program of youth leadership with our students. And one thing that both Africa and South Asia are very rich in is young people. Our students in our universities are a major asset that we need to be investing in to make them into climate leaders, particularly climate adaptation leaders. And that's something where we hope we can collaborate with you going forward. And I look forward to having many more conversations with you and colleagues in Africa to take these ideas forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so very much, Salim. I did mention that you're the director of the International Center for Climate Change and Development at the independent, I think it's private university.
Correct.
In Bangladesh, yes. Doing marvelous and wonderful things. Thank you, Salim. We cannot have successful adaptation or climate change interventions if it's not inclusive. And one of the segments of the society that we've almost always left behind has been the youth. This is their agenda. And I'm happy that we have two youth that represent 2 very prominent initiatives that will talk to us 2 minutes each, 5 minutes, to give us a perspective from, or give us their perspective on what we should be doing, how we should be going forward. So I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Joshua Amposem from the GCA Youth Adaptation Network to speak to us. Joshua.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Very well.
Great. So, dear distinguished guests and members of the GCA and colleagues as well on the call, thank you very much for the opportunity. I remember September last year, 2019, at the Youth Climate Summit, also just before the Climate Action Summit and the United Nations General Assembly, we launched the Adapt for Our Future paper. And what this paper was talking about was to put focus that the future is at stake, but to secure the future, you need to start your adaptation planning now. We should have started yesterday, it's already too late, but through such a partnership that the community had with the GCA, we were able to put focus on young professionals for them to put their skills to the best of use and coordinate with young people across the globe to put this perspective of the demands of young people into writing. A year from now, from that, now we are here process of the Youth Adaptation Network. And since then, 5 days, we were able to mobilize 250 young people in Africa who brought on board their vision and their perspective of what adaptation should be on the Africa continent. Through that partnership that GCA is holding with young people, it has become very, very important that young people are seen as a diverse group with different needs. And I'll highlight few things that came out from the consultation with the Africa group and the young people within the continent, and what partners on the call today can look forward to. So the GCA, first of all, the youth program is looking at different angles of approaching the different categories of young people. We're looking at professional programs, we're looking at education programs, we're looking at innovation and solutions that young people can bring onto the table, and putting young people at the center of adaptation within the continent, but also globally. For that to happen, young people need the space and the enabling environment to apply the skills they have, the knowledge they have, and to be able to learn from the existing institutions and structures that are capable of putting their skills to better use. The GCA has started together with local partnerships, together with youth networks, working together, building on their existing strategies and expanding on this to create impact. I think I'm going to end my statement with a general call to all the partners on this meeting today, and those watching live as well, that we need you to come on board to support in the implementation process. There's a conceptualized framework for young people, built together with young people. We need partners on board. We need local and institutional partners to help deliver the commitment that the GCA is making for young people, and also to really bring on board and see the skills of young people and put it into use within the structures that are there to be able to achieve the adaptation commitment, not only made by the GCA, but also at the national level through the national adaptation plans and the NDCs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have well spoken. It's always good to be grounded, that whatever we do, let's not just think we're doing it only for ourselves. We need to consult with you, we need to create the space, we need to take on board what the issues are. The house we're building today, we're not the ones that will live in it. It's your generation that will live in it. So it's important that you have a say in how the house is being built. So I have the pleasure of inviting this another very prominent youth, who is Ms. Nizrin El-Sam, who is the United Nations Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group. She's a member of that advisory group, very serious group that I know the UN Secretary General takes very seriously. So, Ms. El-Sam, you have the floor. You're on mute. Okay.
Thank you very much for having me here today, and thank you very much for our moderator. It's very important and a key thing to echo what my colleague Joshua earlier said, and also it's very important to stress on what Professor Salim Al-Haq earlier mentioned. Young people are not only the future, but they are actually the present. Statistics showed that actually more than 60% of young people were affected directly because of the COVID-19, more than any other area and more than any other group of people. It's also very much important to mention that young people actually suffers a lot from climate change sequences, and they are not only looking at the problem as a problem, but they are also consider it as a way forward to actually find solutions and to have sustainable world, sustainable future for us, all of us, our planet, human beings, and all of our biodiversity. Youth advise very diverse group from 7 members from all around the world. It's very important that to say our mandate is to deliver the voices of young people to the Secretary General, but also to criticalize and be the honest voice and eyes of the Secretary General during different events, different initiatives, and different meetings and conferences that concerns climate change. It's also very important to deliver different kind of capacity building and also support financially, also Not only that, but also in capabilities and abilities and knowledge sharing between young people around the world, because climate crises are the same. We always hear the concept of not doing business as usual. Well, I think we exceeded this point. Business as usual is the past. We cannot go back to business as usual, but we should actually talk about adaptation as usual. Actually, adaptation as usual is also not working anymore. We should really seriously look at loss and damages. We should seriously look and talk about compensations for people who lost everything they have and they will lose more due to climate change. And while they did not actually contribute to the climate change, we should also talk very honest and very clear about disaster risk reduction. Not only reduction, but disaster risk relieving after the disaster is happening. Well, many African countries are eyewitness for the current floods we had. We had Niger, floods in Niger, Congo DRC, Ethiopia. Sudan is currently a living example for a catastrophe, a tragedy, and a living example on how climate change will affect not only the infrastructure of the country by the floods and disaster, heavy raining, but also how can impact the economy. More than $1 million is lost from farms and from cattle, from other resources. More than 100,000 houses totally destroyed. More than 900,000 people are now homeless. So who's going to compensate these people who lost their homes? Who's going to help the Sudanese government to recover better and recover, actually not better, just recover. Better is considering the circumstances is a very far thing to think about. It's not only Sudan. India also witnessed a lot of floods or disaster happening. We have climate changing everywhere in the world. We have disasters happening, droughts, we have floods, we have hurricanes, and not every country is able to actually adapt to the situation or rebuild the losses from the climate crisis. For us as young people, we see very clear the problem, and we can very much point the problem causer, and we can actually point to the solutions, and we are very much committed to actually do the solution, not only to point on it. Well, I think one of the main mandates of the Youth Advisory Group to the Secretary General is to make sure that we walk the talk, and we make sure we use diplomacy not to hide the truth, but also to deliver, not to hide the truth, but to deliver the truth in more acceptable way for everyone. And we always say SDGs is about leaving no one behind. Well, a lot of countries are already left behind, where no one is actually taking actions to help them to recover, or actually to go back to the same way they were before the catastrophes or the climate crisis or even the COVID-19. I mean, a lot of countries are actually going backward, not moving forward, not even staying at the same place they are doing. They were actually. Young people are very much determined, and because their first priority is the planet, and we don't have to compromise. It's our future, it's our next generation's future, and actually it's our past also who's getting affected by the climate crisis in different areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is well spoken. Somebody asked me a few days ago, why is the partnership between the African Development Bank and the GCA different? What is it? I said, because we want to do things differently. And having the youth voice, not just on paper, but that you are going to be a very vital part of the implementation of GCA initiatives makes this very different. So I like the fact that you're coming in, that we're hearing the voice of the youth, not the way things used to be, but the way we want and believe that things ought to be. So thank you so very much for that. And we are quietly coming to the end of the conversation. We've heard so much. We've seen partnerships that are already being established. We've seen initiatives that we can scale up on. We've seen avenues to receive to access more resources that we can work on. And these are the things that we're seeing, the very things that Africa needs, even the way we define these initiatives, the African initiatives, also have been very strong. We don't have the time for the Q&A as we planned to do, but we've heard from you. I'm sure the GCA has heard the needs, the requirements, the partnerships from every of our partners, the governments, the multilateral agencies, the donor and development agencies. We've all heard from them. There are many questions that have been asked. We will reach out to you individually with most of the responses to those questions. And because we don't want, this is just the beginning of a conversation. We want to hear more from you. We want to talk more with you. We want to learn more from you. So having said that, I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Jamal Sagir to give us the closing remark. Then after that, I will take it back from you briefly. Jamal, sure. Thanks.
Tony, Excellencies, Patrick, colleagues, good evening. We'll spend the last 4 hours talking about Africa because climate change impacts all aspects of African life. What we heard today is crucial. What I heard in the first segment from the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, that we are now at a historical moment. It's a new momentum to accelerate adaptation. We need to do more before we reach the point of non-return. Feike, who's the co-chair of our board, talk about the importance of agriculture, the importance of producing it locally, processing it locally, and distributing it locally. It has to be in Africa for Africa. And that's why the green revolution of Africa for agriculture need to happen now and couldn't wait anymore. And adaptation probably will help us to push it forward. Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina, talked about the 3 dividends that we at GCA already put forward in our policy brief. We talked about reduced pandemic risk, climate resilience, and especially strengthening the economic recovery. And that's where President Kenyatta talked to us about integrated adaptation in the cost recovery packages, the stimulus packages. A lot of money is coming for recovery, and we need to make sure that adaptation will get the right percentage, especially for the continent. Minister Holstein spoke about investment in research of agriculture, because if we don't do the right research, we cannot talk about the future climate and the future smart agriculture. And that more climate action and the world need to do more. And that's why the Nordic countries are helping us in GCA to fund and to think about the new generation, new innovative way. The head of the IMF, our friend Christina, spoke clearly about resilience, but in the context of the macro story. I fully agree. She talked about integrating growth, employment, poverty reduction, and resilience has to be an integrated part of the recovery. The focus of Africa, she talked about key infrastructure. We always know after crisis, infrastructure is the one that will stimulate growth, but it has to be more resilient. It's not any infrastructure anymore. It's resilient infrastructure, transport infrastructure, water infrastructure, coastal erosion that we are worried about in West Africa and East Africa, that we have to think about it. Christina talked about investing in people, because if you don't invest in people, you cannot build that growth, that smart growth that we'd like to see. She talked about the digital transformation of Africa. And also what is very important when we recover is to have a solid social system, social mechanism, and safety net. So that's what we heard in summary from the first segment. Of course, we heard about Patrick, who gave us the picture of GCA, how it has been created, and I will come back to you about the way forward in a few minutes. But what we heard in the next segment, which has even more stimulating thing, is that basically I summarize it as I call the 3N. We need to do more on adaptation. We need to do differently adaptation and look at sectorial issue, whatever agriculture, water, but in a multi-sectorial way, because this will also has an impact on the city development and the future city. And we have to do now. We cannot wait for the future. So these are the 3 Ds, Ns. And this has to be part of the COVID recovery program. Adaptation has to be embarking right away in the simulation package. Then it will take its own effect and will go higher as we go in the next 18 months. What we heard from Patrick is that we need to build on existing initiative and scale up. GCA should not recreate initiative. GCA should leverage existing initiative. We need to work on knowledge acceleration, and we have to partner for success. We need to focus as well. That's what I heard from many participants. We have the Sahel region, which has specific problem. We have the Horn of Africa, who has another set of problem. We heard of the Central Africa, but we especially heard about the Bassin du Congo, where it has a major problem. And I think the minister from the Republic of Congo was very clear how to work between GCA and the Blue Founded. We need to add, GCA need to support also preparation of NDC and interpretation of those programs. We need also to work much more on climate finance. And this is the financing gap, and our colleague from the IMF were very clear about it. That financing gap is growing, is not shrinking. And therefore, we need to be much more innovative. If Latin America was able to put some green bonds, if Nigeria was able to put some resilient bond, we need to find ways for those poor countries where they will need to be backed up, but what kind of insurance mechanism, what kind of guarantee mechanism to be able to issue those bonds and be able to recover quickly like the other countries. We heard a lot that we have to work on with different platforms. Here, our colleague from NEPAD was very clear. Let's work together on different things, but at the same time in a harmonious way. But basically, what we heard from the very sensitive set of comments, especially at the end from Joshua and Nisreen, and I was very happy to hear the young people, is that this high variability of current climate could become more pronounced in the future and for future generation. And they may have to pay the price if we don't act now. Those high climate sensitivity will have activity on the livelihood. Once again, it's not only themselves, it's their future generation will be affected. And therefore, we have to have much more information. We have to put more information. We are also thinking about how do we have to work together. And in conclusion, let me give you an idea about where the GCA, I am a member of the board of GCA. I'm very proud to be working together with Patrick and the member of the board and the co-chairs of the board. GCA, you have to see it as a solution broker. It was established to function to provide missing link in the international policy architecture on climate and adaptation. We have to look at it to missing gap in knowledge, action, and finance. GCA will do this in partnership with development actors, MDP, civil society, civil organization, communities, and private sector and government at national and local level. We from the GCA thought about 4 areas that you talked about it very nicely, actually. Food security, water security, natural-based solution, climate finance, and building youth leadership for the future. I'm very pleased that you give us some ideas. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna think about put those ideas in our work program for GCA and to work with the African Development Bank, the World Bank, the MDBs, the bilateral. By working with you and others, GCA will be brokering those missing links, and this could be an exciting agenda. Why? Because we can take the continent to another level of thinking. I think COP is an important mechanism where parties sit together, but I think now we have to work at the local level. GCA have to work at the country level, at the regional level, but at the same time at the local level. And that's why it's important, and we have to be judged by our action, not only by our intention. So the way forward, you provide a lot of idea today, input for the work program of GCA. It gives a lot of food for thought. So I think together with GCA board, as well as with the management team led by my colleague Patrick, we will update our work program with ideas, suggestions that you brought together. We'll seek additional expertise and review of our program through consultation with you and others, and virtual workshop that we can organize, because we can have to go by sector, by sub-region, and by sub-team. And we can look forward to working with you and shared goal of resilience for Africa and resilient world, because Africans deserve the best. And this time they have to adapt and they have to be on the top of it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so very much, Jamal. That has been very good. Please let me use this opportunity to thank the very senior colleagues who've stayed with us and are still with us to the end. I've seen a couple of ministers that are still on. Thank you so very much. Some heads of institutions, thanks for staying with us. Let me also thank the team that worked with Patrick to make this happen. You know, it's a 4-hour event, but we know the enormous work that went into making this successful. And thanks to you, Patrick, for driving this agenda. I also want to thank the team from the African Development Bank, particularly the interpreters, you know, who've serviced us seamlessly from the morning till this time. Also to thank members of my team, our senior management, particularly the president of the African Development Bank, for actually galvanizing this and making this happen, the vice president and so on. So thank you so very much. And Patrick, I would like to hand over to you. It's your show, it's your institution, it's your center. What do you have to tell us as we leave? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Tony. Also, specifically, thanks go to you for your excellent moderation of this partnership forum and for your hard work in the run-up to this launch event. I remember very well that this conversation started over a year ago in the margins of a Global Commission meeting, actually in Bangladesh, hosted by the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. I think Jamal Sagir summarized it excellent in terms of next steps. I don't think I need to take too much time of everybody's going forward. But what I think is important is this. I think we can pay lip service to, yes, we will partner, we will build with on existing initiatives. But at the end of the day, we want to be judged on our impact on a Monday morning. So going forward, we're extremely keen to reach out to you bilaterally. I've seen many comments and suggestions in the chat box. We are committed to reach out to you in the next weeks ahead and come forward with a consolidated work program, what GCA Africa will do in a more granular way. So I want to thank not only you, Tony, but also your team and the team behind you for this excellent event. I want to thank the partners joining today's session. And quite frankly, this is the beginning of a journey for us in Africa. And I'm extremely upbeat how I feel now in terms of that we managed to conquer this effort together. So thank you again all, and I wish you a wonderful day, and we will be in touch going forward. Thank you very much indeed.